Check. Check 1 2. This is Mike. Check 1 2. 1 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a chilly morning. I apologize. Some of us have been rained on. I'll just still say one more time. Good morning. Okay, I'm looking for a bit more energy. Good morning. Thank you so much, everyone, for making it to Africa Hackathon Masterclass 2024. Okay, this is our basket. There we go. All right, I'll do this one more time because I know we're going to live stream, okay? Thank you so much, everyone, and welcome to Africa Hackathon Masterclass 2024. Great. My name is Peter Kitavi. I will be your host for today, and I want to get us engaged in a very quick activity to just cheer us up, okay? So if you're having any laptop or anything that might obscure you from standing, now is a good time to put it away. Just put it away for like a minute or two. Okay, we're going to play a game, okay? And this game, I'll assign roles to different people. I like that you're already 3 rows, so I'll segment them, okay? So for this group, you guys are people, okay? So when I cue people, I need you to just stand and then sit, okay? People. I don't see anyone above 45, so please stand if you're supposed to be standing. Again, I'll say one more time, you stand and then you sit, okay? People, stand and then sit, good. You guys are thieves, okay? So thieves, you stand and then you sit. Thieves, sit, thank you. And then police. So police, wonderful, sit, right? So this will be quick, you just stand and then you sit, okay? Let's do a trisect one more time. People, police, and, oh, I got you, and thieves. Thieves, one last time, people, thieves, police, people, thieves. All right, I'm going to tell a story. When a time is queued for you guys, are supposed to know when to stand and sit, okay? So one day in a distant land, there lived a beautiful community of people. And these people loved each other so much because they cared for each other. These people had a really good relationship with the police. And the police loved the people, and the people loved the police. And hence they lived in harmony. But unfortunately, one day, the thieves came in and started disrupting the people. But these people were so frustrated because the police were not doing anything about the thieves. So what did the thieves do? They decided to attack the people and the police. But the people said, no, this has got to change. And so the people worked together to kick away the police and the thieves. Only for them to find out that the police were working with the police. So unfair. And so the people are able to kick the police out and the thieves out, and people live in harmony. Thank you. This is going to be an amazing, amazing session, and I'll tell you why. Please ask the person who is seated next to you, what has Kenya been famous for the last 20 years? People. Okay, good things, good things. Surely, good things. Okay, I know we are being taxed heavily, but besides the point, yeah? Just ask the person next to you. Quick conversation. It's also a good time to just chat to them, say your name, introduce yourself. Just ask them that one question. What is the one thing that Kenya has been famous for the last 20 years? Athletics. Good things. Okay? Kenya gave, we had a Nobel Peace Prize winner, right? And that positioned us in a really good place. What else is good that came from Kenya? Athletics. Obama. I think why it's important for us to emphasize well, right? Wildlife as well. One of the things that I look forward to in the next 10 years, not even 20, is that Kenya, in particular, will be known as the hub that produces the best cybersecurity experts. Yeah? And let me tell you, it's really possible. And all it needs is two things: empowerment, which is why we're here, Cindy, and also networking with like-minded people so that we see what can we do to solve the problems that are there, and also anticipate to solve problems that we haven't even known exist. And the time is now. Please turn to the person next to you and tell them the time is now. So if you came here to learn a few things and then go home, I'm sorry, there's a bigger plan ahead of you. Think about it. The next generation is waiting upon the people who are seated in this room to be game changers. When 2069, when you're seated somewhere, I don't know if you guys will be parents or grandparents or great-grandparents, depending on your rates of, But imagine if your son, your grandson asks you, Daddy, Mommy, what did you guys do? I know you had cybersecurity. What did you do? You should be able to answer that question. So I'm excited because this is an empowering platform, a day of learn and fun, all right? It's a day of learning and fun. And as you get started, allow me to just share with you a couple of housekeeping rules. Should you need to use the washrooms, step outside to the ladies, please, to your left, which is my right, and then to the gentleman to my, that thing is confusing, man. To your right, which is my left, that is where you'll use the washroom. If you need to access the Wi-Fi password is being displayed at the screen. I'll also mention to you in a very polite way that by you being here, you consent to your photos and videos being captured. Yeah? If you're not comfortable, I'll politely ask you to. Yeah? Thank you. And then lastly, please take out your gadgets and phones. I need us to do one quick activity before you get started. Yep, go to your favorite social media handle. Now is a good time. Thank you. And I want you to tweet, post, and one thing, yeah? What are you looking forward to learning today? Yeah? You can do that right now? Just quickly post, what are you looking forward to learning today through this masterclass? I was getting there. So you guys have written something here? And then you're going to attach a hashtag Africa Hackathon Masterclass. Hashtag Africa Hackathon Masterclass. And then you're also going to tag Statinev, which is at Statinev. Gonna tag Bright Gameli, which is at Bright Gameli. Surely you can't miss Bright Gameli, surely. Yeah, just do at Bright, it will show up. Yeah? At Africa Hackathon and at 369 Global. Okay? I'll say it one more time. The hashtag Africa Hackathon Masterclass, at Statinev, at Bright Gameli, at Africa Hackathon, and at 369 Global. At USIU, come on, people, our host, yes, at USIU. I apologize for that. Experience USIU. Got it. If you have friends, family, people who wanted to be here but they're not here, I want to let you know that we have a live stream link that is going in. If you need to send them a link to the live stream, please go to Dr. Bright's story, copy the link, and share it with them. Yeah? All right, so we're ready to get started. Allow me to take this opportunity to introduce our host for today, the gentleman who has made this responsible. He has played a key role in making sure that he gives away as much information as possible. And one thing that I admire about Dr. Bright, he's very generous with information, very generous with information. He does not use it to build an empire, but instead he chooses to give back as much as possible. I had a coffee conversation with him once, and he told me one of the things he's looking forward to is that he's going to raise a team of people who will be better than him. Imagine. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, besides that, he's also a meme lord. He is a father, and he is good vibes if you meet him past 5 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Help me invite to stage Dr. Vart Gamili.
I never liked the meme lord part, but anyway. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see the room getting full. We got here at around 7:15. It will be the first. 2 people already here. So I was like, hey, okay. Those two, the 2 of them behind there. They sat down. I have something for you, or rather, we have something for you later. So it's just great to be here. Thank you all for coming. It's been amazing 10 years of Africa Hackathon. And when we started Africa Hackathon, it was via WhatsApp group. We thought, okay, look, the reason why I started Africa Hackathon is because I didn't have cash to go to the United States to go for DEF CON, Black Hat. You all know those conferences, right? And DEF CON, Black Hat, we know they get to do amazing things of live demonstrations. They get to do amazing work when it comes to showing people exactly what they do in cybersecurity. So many researchers. And I'm like, but we have brilliant minds in Kenya, in Africa, in the continent. Why are we not bringing out the same kind of zeal out of people to be able to do a similar thing? It's how Africa Hackathon came about. And it's been 10 years now. Let me tell you, I've seen the entire ecosystem change. Brilliant minds showing us how to do things. Some of our presenters are very young, 19 years old as a presenter. And part of the whole thing is basically just empowering each other. And like Peter said, you have to leave here knowing that you're going to learn something new. Are we together? Even if you don't understand cybersecurity at all, today you are learning by force. By fire? By fire, by force. So please, no matter what you do today, make sure you leave here learning something new. So my name is Bright Gameli Maudo. I'm the CEO of a company called CyberGuard Africa. You'll see the banner out there. We have some stickers, and the lights will give you. So stickers for 369 Global, stickers for CyberGuard, and for Africa Hackathon as usual. You're gonna get them outside. So do make sure you pick one. There's enough for everybody, right? And basically what CyberGuard does is trying to change the mindset of how organizations get to think about cybersecurity. And we help to do security assessment for organizations. We compete with guys like Deloitte, PwC. Hello. So we're not that small. My good friend Sami Mukoda there can tell you, it's a very good client of mine from Naivas. And he can tell you, when we bid for a job like that with them, it was tough. We're like almost 6 people, right? But anyway, because we try to bring excellence, and the excellence came from people we met here at Africa Hackathon. So today, my main aim is building resilience, building capacity, making sure that there can be multiple people like me and better than me, right? I'll give you a very typical example. This young man here, Isaac in white, he did not know how to use a computer. Here, because I kid you not, Isaac did not know how to install anything on a computer. Right now, he can code better than most of you here. So he's a testament
continue. Do you know the person seated next to you? Do you know them by their name? You sure? Can I do a quick check? What's the name of the guy sitting next to you? Hamisi. Is that your name? What's his name? What's her name? Okay, please. Let's take a time. People, the person sitting next to you is for not just as so it's a good time to make a friend, yeah? Just say, hi, my name is so and so. It's that simple. Can you do that? And make it even better. Give them a compliment. Anything about them. You're not hitting them. Come on, it's a compliment. Brothers, it is okay to give a fellow man a compliment. Right? Tell them you smile nice, you look well, your hair is well kempt. I appreciate that you ironed your shirt. Anything. Yeah? This paid. What link is the stream? This is it? Okay, to the people joining us online, Karibuni sana to the Africa Hackathon Masterclass 2024. We're excited that you're joining us today. Please let us know in the comment section where you're joining us from and what you're looking forward to learning today. All right, to kick us off as well, I'd like to invite a very important man, Peter of the society, especially at ICU, and he's one of the reasons why we're here today. I want him to just tell us more about the importance of cybersecurity. Please put your hands together, help invite on stage Professor Stanley Gibenji tafadhali, everyone.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to USIU Africa. And it's great to see you all here. I was trying to invite us to coming to because it's a great event for all of us here at USIU. I'd like first of all to tell you about USIU Africa. At the School of Science and Technology, we have various programs, and one of our main core is information security. We have great people here, our students, our alumni, and all the other people who have worked with at USIU. We always have the best of the best. So welcome to USIU Africa. Thank you. I just want to give you a small overview. I will not keep you here for a long time, but I just want to look at it in two perspectives. One is that we, as IT professionals, we have to work in the goals for addressing the gaps that exist in the cybersecurity market. And I try to come up, being in IT or being in cybersecurity, I try to bring up data into it because it is a profession that we have always been in. And one of the main things that we look at it is that in the global aspect, I seem not to project. In the global aspect, the importance of cybersecurity, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to look at the gaps that exist in the market. And I tell my students all the time, let's look at the gap that exists in the market, because if you understand the gaps that exist in the market, then you actually be able to know which concentrations would you like to take. And there are quite a number of them. I think I will request Tabitha to fix it up, because every time you have professionals who are doing different courses, and I like that gentleman here, because of his zeal about getting to learn new skills. That's all you want. Yeah, you just need to have that passion to learn a new skill. Because the world market that is here, you hear from 369 Global, is that they are looking for professionals who can actually do things, who are able to learn new skills. So whatever you'll be doing, whatever you'll be working on, whatever you'll be dealing with during this masterclass program, please look at the skill that you'll be able to acquire from this program, because that's the ultimate thing that will push you. I tell Baby Bride, as you know, we went to same undergraduate school with you at DISTA, and we did a lot of maths courses. So as you work on those cybersecurity experts, there are other skills that you need. Communication skills, you need to get writing skills because you'll be writing the proposals and all those things. So as you acquire those skills, please ensure that you get an advance in terms of the other skills that you require. So there are quite a number of things. So it's upon you. So you have the right time, you have the resources. So make use of the resources and learn new skills, because the world market here it's looking for three things. So the professionals are looking for people who can actually be able to identify threats, detect and be able to respond to those threats. The second thing is that you as a person, the only thing you need to do is to identify the gap and fill that gap. For us as professionals, the only thing we need to do is to come up with the good programs to train you. So whatever you're having here, this is a good program. And at the end of the day, what you're trying to do, I think it's okay, I'll try to cover everything. I don't have to project it. So whatever you're trying to do, let's close the gap. Is that okay? Yeah, let's try to identify the problem. Let's close the gap. Let's be open-minded. Let's be able to learn new skills, because that's what have kept us going and be able to do all these things. So welcome to USIU Africa. Welcome to Africa Hackathon, and be able to learn all the skills. We meet at those other forums. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. for keeping it, sorry, Professor, I apologize, for keeping it very important, yes, for keeping it short and sweet. As we continue, this gentleman, I just met him a few minutes ago, but I like his vibe already. His voice is quite interesting. So Kumaran is the driving force behind 369 Global. He has over 15 years experience in the public service and the private sector, and a business conglomerate with interest in skills training and workforce development. And he's really passionate about community development. Please put your hands together, help me invite on stage none other than Karibu sana. Okay? Okay.
Habari zenu mandugu na madada. Nina furaha sana kuwa hapa. Thank you all for being here. My name is Kumaran Nadesan. I'm the co-founder and deputy chairman of the 369 Global Group of Companies. I just want to set a few things straight. Bright's been very complimentary in his speech. It is not my money. It is our money, 369 Global. It's our support. My co-founder and business partner, Murali Srinathanadas, was the person who actually first met Bright when he was in Nairobi in October. And we were so impressed by the kind of energy and passion that Bright brought to this important topic that we wanted to come back to Kenya and see how we can support. And so here we are with this magical time. Before I go on a little bit, I just want to share a personal story. It's my first real time in Kenya. The last time I came was in 2004. I was alone. I was just traveling through Africa, especially Eastern Africa. And this time it's been very different. I've come here with my wife and my kids, and they're all sleeping in the hotel right now. But it's been such an amazing return to Kenya for me. The people I've met, the stories I'm hearing, it's just been very heartwarming. It feels a bit like home. I was telling Bright, it was so hot this week, as we all know, and then it rained. So I'm Tamil. I come from a small country called Sri Lanka, which hangs off India in the Indian Ocean. And in my culture, rain means it's a good sign. It's a sign of prosperity, of togetherness, of community, because we too are a farming community. So I think it's a great sign for this beautiful partnership that we're hoping to have with CyberGuard Africa, as well as all of you. And I'm really grateful that all of you are here. The topic for today is about securing Africa's cyber future. And there's a long thing I wrote, but I'm just going to keep it very, very short today. Before we talk about Africa's cyber future, I really wanted to express some things I've learned about all of you who represent Kenya's future. I'm 42. I'm already part of the past. It's the rest of you that I think really need to that we need to think about as to what our future direction is. We know that Kenya is going to be, the population for Kenya is going to be about 100 million by 2050. Right now, 20% of the population is between the ages of 15 to late 20s. Some of the facts that I learned, there was a report by the Next Generation Task Force by the British Council, and I thought it was very interesting. And I'll tell you why this is all connected. Some of the facts that I learned is 84% of young people surveyed feel that social media has made them a global citizen. And that is such an important concept in this day and age. I think as Professor Kithinji and Bright mentioned as well, you sitting in Nairobi doesn't mean that you just have to think about Kenya, East Africa, COMESA, or the continent. You can think about the world. And that is what is so exciting. I was in a business conference at the start of the week. The Canada Africa Chamber of Business did the annual business conference, and there was a speaker from Ghana, Dr. Sebastian Spiro Gabra, who said that Kenya is ideally positioned to become a powerful engine for the next phase of Africa's prosperity. The historical, political, economic movements and migration of people, even from Western Africa into Eastern Africa, is very interesting. And East Africa, so Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, they are going to be a real hub for the continent. And Kenya is probably, and Nairobi especially, is ideally placed. So each and every single one of you has an immense potential to really become a driving force for what happens next on the continent, but also because Africa is the cradle of our civilization, what Africa represents for the world. And that is what has made both Murli and myself and our entire team at 369 Global in Canada very excited about this opportunity. We want to come and work with all of you. We are hoping to do more work in Kenya and find more people to join our team. And I'll talk a little bit about career opportunities just broadly in Canada later on in the day. But I just want to take a few moments again to thank each and every single one of you who've come in despite the rain in search of knowledge and education, and to think really intentionally about your future. So thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful day. I want to thank Bright, who's a brother now to me, as well as Bright and CyberGuard Africa, Statinev, Africa Hackathon, and of course our gracious partners, Tabitha and the rest of the team at USIU Africa. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
People want and let's appreciate Kumaran. Please come. I want to give you something, a tip that you can use next time you are in Nairobi, so that you're not a guest, yeah? Okay. So just say it after me. Kanairo.
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 That's Nairobi. Okay. That's how we say Nairobi.
Oh, I see.
When people say Nairobi, you knew they're foreigners. But when you say Kanairo.
Kanairo.
Yes.
Kanairo.
So Kanairo ni jambo.
Kanairo ni jambo.
Yes. Ngumi ni mbwegze.
Oh, wow. Again?
Ngumi, fist.
Ngumi?
Yeah, Nimbwegze.
Nimbwegze.
Yeah. Okay. One more time, let me appreciate Kumaran, please. Thank you. We love initiating people to the Nairobi lifestyle, right? As we move on to the first presentation, this is going to be a fun presentation and will be done by Kevin Kani and Fraser Kilonzo, and they'll be talking to us about an expense in depth, knowing the security spend for your environment for a favorable ROI. So please put your hands together, help me invite Kevin Kani and Fraser Kilonzo.
Thank you. This is going to be quite an interesting session. It's going to be an interesting session. We're going to keep it, so we like having conversations, and conversations is the best way to learn. Apart from doing the technical bit of things where you get all technical and hands-on. So we're going to have a conversation with you on something very dear to us, and especially for those who are in corporate, the cybersecurity engineers, cybersecurity leads, IT leads. This is a conversation that will really help you to be able to understand now how you're going to get your next budget for your security. Yeah. So probably before we start, round of introduction.
So I'll just let Fraser introduce himself first. He's my senior.
Fraser Kilonzo. I lead the team at CyberGuard Africa, a team of very amazing, very smart, very I'm looking for other words, but this is a team of very young professionals, very young guys who are good within the space. I think the youngest person within our team is 18 years old. One of the best cybersecurity guys you can ever find. I'm also the community lead at Africa Hackathon, helping Dr. Bright to be able to put this together. I'm also part of Statinev, run by Innocent Magothe at the top. Where we try and help innovators try and come up with amazing ideas and bring the amazing ideas to life. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Fraser. So my name is Kevin Kanyi, Head of Threat Intelligence at MCOPA. I won't explain what MCOPA is. I believe most of you've come across MCOPA somewhere. So I also work hand in hand with Fraser together. So what I do at MCOPA is I head a department that we do threat intelligence for the company in various aspects, from mobile devices, that's from the hardware, to electric bikes, to much more stuff. And we'll get to have a deeper conversation on what threat intelligence is, why you should get to it sooner, because it's one of the key careers that are emerging very quickly globally, and it has a very bright future, but we'll get to probably talk more about it later on. Okay, so let's move to the next bit. So like that, we're going to have a conversation today, and it's more like understanding what this experts in depth is, and we'll like to describe it using this diagram. And experts in depth, the concept is you buy solutions for security, and they're not cheap, right, Fraser?
Yes.
Very expensive, right?
Quite
Security
expensive.
solutions are very expensive.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's very hard to justify why you're buying that solution. So how do you justify that you're buying that will solve your problems? So that is how you justify that cost to the board. That is how you justify that cost to the C-suite, right? So for those who've interacted with the C-suite and the board, it's never an easy conversation. Fraser can attest to it, because for every coin you have to justify, why do you want that solution? So you can imagine you buy a solution today, tomorrow you're like, okay, so we need another solution to help the other solution do what it cannot do, right? Then the next year you're like, okay, so the two solutions we bought, there's something they're not doing, so we need another solution to help them do what they can't do, but what we thought they could do.
So why do you need all those solutions?
No, that's a good question. So that's the question we'll be answering today.
Okay.
So what can you do to prevent yourself from getting into that position of having those tough arguments? Because those guys will be like, but you're always asking for new solutions every single time. So what is not happening? And this diagram explains it a lot.
So do I need to get a firewall, web application firewall? Do I need to get SIEM? Do I need to get a SOC? What do I need to get?
Well, that's a good question. You'll be answering it today. What exactly do you need to get, and how can you come to that conclusion that this is the right solution for my company, right?
Yeah.
So Fraser, I love this diagram. Like, you can see there are a lot of question marks and exclamation points. So what exactly does this diagram explain?
The security manager is wondering, okay, I need the finances, but how can I be able to now get those finances? I need the finance department and the board members to be able to approve for me budget so that I can be able to buy the tools that I can be able to implement for the security team and for the IT department and for the entire organization to keep everyone safe. The CISO is wondering, okay, so how are we gonna get the budget as well? So, because last month we had gone to ask for more budget, for more tools, but then again, we need more tools to be able to get our security posture even better.
Yeah.
CFO?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it's very true. So this is how the pressure climbs up. This guy comes and says, hey, we need a solution. Why? Because our risk appetite is not looking good, and you need to do something about it, right? Then this is Fraser, the CISO. Fraser is scratching his head then they lose money, then he's the one who's like, it's your fault, you never gave us money to buy the solution, right? So this is how typically it works in companies. Then the CFO goes to the CEO and is like, hey, dude, there's this money we need. Okay, we don't have it now, but you need to figure out where will you get the money, because the CISO has said the risk appetite does not look good, and this is what will happen to the company if you do not get the money. Then the CEO is like, okay. Then he goes to the board and he's like, hi guys, I come in peace. I just need a little bit more money.
Just kidogo more.
Kidogo too. Like, a few millions to do a few things you have in security. And the board members was like, what do you mean a few millions? We just gave you a few other millions a few months ago or last year from the budget that we created. So why do you need more money? So you can imagine the pressure.
There are also other things that are pressing within the company that need to get sorted out as well.
It's very, very true. And also the board members understand the risk perspective, because when you go to boards, they're like, so what are we supposed to be compliant to? How far are we without compliance? And what will happen if you're not compliant? What does that mean to the business? So you can imagine the pressure going back to this guy, to Fraser here, and Fraser has been told, dude, you cannot get that money. And Fraser is like, so how will I protect the company? I don't have the money. And then Fraser goes back to the security manager, let's call him Bright, and he tells Bright, like, dude, you have to just figure out what you're supposed to do. So if you look at this whole picture, number one, something is needed to be done. There is no budget, right? The company is still at risk, and that risk needs to be taken care of because it might impact the company.
But you also need to be able to prove why you need to get that budget allocated.
Yep, thank you, Fraser. Actually, very, very important. So now what's the secret to all this? Number one is to put, that a very good justifiable fact that why do we need this solution? What will it do? What value will it bring to the company? And how will it reduce the risk for the company from a cybersecurity perspective? So that's how you can win that argument, right from here and to the board, right?
Yeah,
so
the moment once you get to justify that, you get to justify the tools that you need, then definitely the people up here will be able to say, okay, so we've understood why you need this tool, and you've justified why you need this tool, so here's your budget. But before we get there, we need to be able to identify a number of things as well.
Yep, so today we'll take care of this guy, right? Equipping this particular person so that he can equip the CISO can equip the CFO, and up, which I believe majority of you, one day you'll become a security manager and probably transition into a CISO. So now we want to focus on helping this guy because it all starts with this particular guy who's the security manager. Okay, so Fraser, mind taking us through importance of understanding our environment?
So why do you need to be able to understand your environment? Why do you need to know what you have? You have the various web applications, you have the servers, you have cloud environment that you have within your environment. So you need to have an understanding of what you have. If you have the physical network as well, you need to be able to understand what you have. So why? Number one, asset identification. To decisively allocate the spending, knowing that lies within your domain is crucial. So as long as you understand what you have within your domain, within your environment, then you're able to allocate resources very efficiently, very decisively, saying that I'm allocating these resources because I have cloud environment, I have physical servers within my environment, I have the physical network, I have databases, and etc., etc. Number two, threat awareness. Once you've been able to identify what you have within your environment, then now you can be able to have a look at what threats am I facing within my environment. For example, if you have a web application, various issues that can be found on the web application. For example, are we talking about SQL injection and the likes? Can one person be able to leverage the web application to get access into your internal environment? We've seen that happen quite a number of times. So once you're able to identify your threat environment and what threats your environment is prone to, then now we can go back now and say, okay, now I've been able to identify my threats, I'm able to secure my threats, and able to keep those bad guys away from my environment. Then now we go now to compliance. Compliance now comes once you've been able to identify and assess your environment. So compliance now comes last.
Awesome. So I'd also like to give you just a quick way of remembering all this. So number one, asset identification, know yourself. Okay? Know your environment better than anyone. Threat awareness, know your enemy.
Quick one.
Okay.
You've actually mentioned something quite good. Know yourself. For example, if you come to your organization today and ask you how many systems do you have within your network environment? Some people are usually, I'm not sure. I think I have about 36 laptops, 36 devices on my laptop. I'm not so sure. So once you're able to identify and to know your environment, then now we can go to know your threats.
Exactly. Thank you, Fraser. So know yourself, know your enemy. So know the capability of your enemy. Remember, for an adversary let me call it an adversary. So adversary, it's more like what we refer to hacking, but it's a group of hackers. So for adversary, they look into a few things, right? Number one is there needs to be intent to attack you. So the intent is well defined, and there's also motivation, right? So most of the time you've seen motivation is usually money, right? It can be espionage and other things. So once you know what you have, understand who is your threat. Why would they want to come after you? What would be their intent? What would they come after? And then, number three, know what you're supposed to do about it. Are you supposed to comply to a certain standard? Are you supposed to comply to a certain compliance framework? So that's how you begin.
What are some of the compliance standards that you're looking at?
Oh, interesting. So I'll be very biased. I love NIST, so there's NIST. So NIST is from my side, from also implementing the rest, I love NIST. Why? Because NIST, if you look at all the other standards, NIST they always update it. Like it's always updated based on how the threat landscape is changing. I believe you've all heard how cybersecurity threat landscape is always changing, right? Yeah. And you're like, how come it's changing like almost every day? So now you're wondering, so fine. So now what can help me continuously keep up with the change? One of the frameworks we use is NIST. Yeah. And why we love NIST is because the guys put in the work to make sure that as the threat landscape changes, it is accommodated in the framework. A good example I can give you, I believe, how many here have heard about ransomware? By a show of hands? Yes. How many here have read a document from NIST on how you can curb ransomware? They actually have like a whole publication on how to deal with ransomware. Who has read it? Okay, cool. So just to inform, yes, NIST have actually released a document on how to curb ransomware, a specific publication. We've not seen any other framework that has released a publication specific to address the current threats that are existing. So that's why we love NIST, because they're always up to date, and in case there's a certain issue that arises, they are quick to come up with publications, to edify the frameworks that they have. So that's why I'm specific to NIST.
Nice.
Yeah, perhaps you can give us your recommendation as well.
Interesting thing, I've actually been interested in NIST as well. So similar conversation. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So NIST is NIST. So they have a lot of frameworks, but the one that was specific is NIST 800-53. So you can start with that, and then there's also another one called NIST Cybersecurity Framework, right? CSF. So NIST 800-53, and then you have NIST CSF, Cybersecurity Framework. So those ones can be good for you to start with. Okay, so factors to consider when evaluating your security spend. So there are a few things, so I'll take the first two. So the first one is the risk appetite. So before you even justify your spend, understand your risk appetite. How much risk can the company accept? So that's what we call risk appetite, right? So there are some which the risk appetite is big, there are some which the risk appetite is small. So if you measure your risk appetite, then it will help you understand to what extent can the company spend on security. So that's where you start to understand. So what buffer do we have from the company to spend in terms of security? So if the risk appetite is small, it means you need a bigger budget to support it. If the risk appetite is big, yeah, probably they'll play around with the budget, right? Industry benchmarks. So this is where security begins. One of the ones that Fraser has mentioned is NIST. So NIST is one of the industry benchmarks that we use. So number one, so what can we comply to? Let's start from there. Because remember you said know yourself, right? Know yourself first. So one of the quickest way to know yourself is looking at what the industry standards state. So you start from there as a foundation, and then you build from it. An example is NIST. Another one you love to use is CIS framework. Yo. Center for Information Security, they have an amazing framework, top 20 controls, which you can also leverage to start with. So Fraser, what do you think about technology advancements?
We're seeing technology advance at a very fast pace. How are you going to be able to keep up with the various technological advancements? We're seeing nowadays with the development of AI, it's becoming quite easy to be able to even come up with ransomwares and malwares. It takes, I think, a few types, right, for me, ransomware or a malware, or you manipulate the AI models to be able to generate for you various malwares and ransomwares. So you as an organization, how are you looking at technology advancements? So are you going to future-proof yourself? How are you going to be able to see ahead? Because the threat actors are going way ahead of you. So how are you keeping yourself abreast with them? How are you looking at information that's coming out there? Then also operational resilience. You need to be able to see whatever you're doing does not affect the operations of the organization, but rather enhances the security of the organization, such that you don't need to be able to pull down an entire department because you're bringing in your security measures, but rather your security measures should enhance the operations of the organization.
Amazing, well said. So probably I can also add something on technology advancements. I believe you all heard about this AI stuff and whatnot, right? So what we can see is with AI, it is making things to be more efficient, right? So that means if there's efficiency, it means even it will accelerate the rate at which attacks are propagating. If adversary used to take 2 weeks to target you, they probably take half of that time. Why? Because there's efficiency through AI. I was speaking to a friend and in the UK, and they were telling me that they found a way through AI to write codes. Like, it's an app, a function they created through AI, and it can continuously write codes endlessly without sleeping, without waiting. So you can imagine if that is instrumented to security, whereby guys have the capability to probably write the bigger parts of the malware. So you can imagine how quickly the turnaround time will be. So with AI advancements, which is one of probably what big guys are talking about, emerging threats, then you need to understand how do you now equate to spending that money in a proper way. So the other bit is assessing the cybersecurity landscape. So these are the kinds of threats. I believe they are all common to us. We have malware, we have phishing, ransomware, insider threats, DDoS. If you notice, these threats have not changed for some time, right? Probably the last 3-5 years, the list has remained the same.
They've actually gotten better.
Yeah, they have actually gotten better. So what has happened? The list has remained the same, but now the sophistication has increased for all these attacks, right? So I believe the most we've heard about is ransomware, especially in the country. We've seen it, companies being affected.
DDoS
right?
as well.
Yeah, also DDoS. Yeah, the anonymous Sudan, right? So that really worked, and I believe you all felt the pinch, right? Then prevalence. So malware, the prevalence is high, and what we believe in, we actually do not focus on the malware, we focus on the person controlling the malware, because malware by itself cannot do much, but it depends on the human element.
Yeah.
So that's the person you're focusing on, that person sitting behind the machine and using that malware to do certain activities, right? Yeah. Then phishing, widespread. So phishing has always been there. The only thing it's changing now, it's going in sophistication, right?
I think, even, as we said earlier, with the advancements in technology, we're seeing guys even get better at phishing. What we used to look at in terms of grammatical errors, there's no more grammatical errors. Actually, the upcoming phishing attacks that are happening right now are even becoming way better because guys are ChatGPT, AI bad. I mean, it becomes even better.
Yep, and it's true because that also chips into intelligence analysis. So that will also change how intelligence is analyzed by the fact that we have AI coming into play to assist with such things. Then we have insider threats. We've also had a lot of cases whereby insider threats, it leads to frauds, right? Again, and also distributed denial of services, which is also increasing. We saw what Anonymous Sudan has done in Kenya. It has also done it in other countries, right? Then you can see the impact on the farthest right, malware severe, right? Because at the end of the day, for example, when a ransomware attack is executed, it depends on malware at a point in time for it to achieve its objective, and the impact is severe. right? Like you can bring a company to a halt. Phishing, moderate to severe, right? Then ransomware, this is critical. Why is it critical? Because this is one of the attacks that can easily stop or halt a business completely, right? Insider threats, moderate to high, right? And now DDoS high. I mean, for DDoS, you all felt the pinch.
Actually, for DDoS, I feel like we should have even put here high to severe, because the impact that's coming out of DDoS attacks is quite high. We saw last year what happened. The impact was quite massive.
Yep. Yeah. It's true. Okay, so I'll take you through leveraging strategic intelligence to reduce expense in depth. So one of the concepts you can use is what we call strategic intelligence, right, to reduce expense in depth. So strategic intelligence is just used to help you justify that solution that you need to buy, or that solution that you need to ask for an additional budget, right? So context-centric. So the beauty about strategic intelligence, it is very context-centric, and the purpose is to provide information to make informed decisions regarding the threats that target the organization. So how does it do this? I'll jump to these slides. So strategic intelligence helps you understand who would target the company. Like what you said, remember, there's an adversary. So who would really want to target the company? So that is what we mean by provides information to make informed decision. One of the information it provides, it helps you understand who would want to target the company. We name that adversary. And number two, why would they want to target us? So we have an adversary here, and then why, this is the intent or the motivation. So why would they want to come after us?
Could be stealing data.
Yeah, for stealing data. Let's take an example of ransomware. Ask yourself, you're working for company X. So who would want to target company X? You look like, okay, so what kind of data are you storing? Going back to know yourself or asset identification. So you look at the kind of data you're storing. If you're storing information about your customers or intellectual property, then you can come and ask yourself, who would want to steal this data? Now we start getting intelligence about who has been seen stealing data, which is similar to what we have as a company, right? Then why would they want to target us? Why would they want to steal our data? Let's go back. If you've identified who you've seen globally as a ransomware group, for example, and they've targeted other companies which have similar data, now you can answer why. So probably they'll target you so that they can monetize. They target you, encrypt your data, take it, and then tell you, hey, we have your data. It's either you pay us, we leak it, or not. It's very, very simple.
I think we can give a practical example.
Yep.
We have one of the insurance firms that was recently breached.
Yes.
And we saw they were attacked. Give an example of who attacked them.
Oh, yeah. So
who?
Thank you. For that insurance company, so what happened? They were attacked by, who targeted them? It was Lockbit. I believe you all know Lockbit. Ransomware, it's a famous ransomware group. So who targeted them? It was Lockbit. Why did they target them? It is because of their data. So they knew, of course they did their work. They are very smart. They look at your company and look like, okay, so your insurance company, how much revenue do you make per year? What's the net profit? What's the margin? Fine, how many customers do you serve? How many countries are you in? Then they're like, tick, this is a worthwhile target, because they can pay us when we target them. Then, why were they targeted? Because they had the data. Remember, like what they say today, data is the new oil, right?
Yeah.
So if they knew if we get this data, we'd make, I mean, their net profits are speaking, they're making good money per year. So that's what they did. They targeted them, got the data, encrypted it, and then the next thing the company got was a message from that group. They were like, pay us or we leak your data.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have evidence if they paid or not.
Don't know.
Not sure, but just as an example of understanding who would target you and why would they want to target you. So this is the same thing you can do to your company. Understand this. Start getting that intelligence. Understand why would they want to target us. Okay, and even how would they target us. But we'll also come to that.
Yeah, and now that we've seen that case study of an insurance firm, if you're working for any other insurance firm, then now you can be able to secure yourself by having a look at how that insurance firm X was compromised by Lockbit ransomware, and try and see will the same patterns come to you, and will you secure yourselves even better by understanding what happened to them as a case study and secure yourself better.
Exactly. So the other thing would be risk mitigation-driven investment. So with strategic intelligence, once you understand this, now the other thing would be, so how do we defend ourselves against them? Now, you go to risk mitigation-driven investment. So drives and justifies investments in people, process, technology. So at the end of the day, when you're asking for investments to reduce the risk probably against being targeted by this group, we have 3 areas: people, process, technology. You can either hire people, new people, or upskill them. You can improve your processes, or you can improve, rather, optimize the technology you have, or you can add another layer of technology through issuing a new budget, and then now from that you can go and acquire the solution you need. But again, remember, you cannot start with that. You have to start with the context, get to understand who and why, go to risk mitigation, and then understand what the strategic intelligence will do for you. Another beauty about strategic intelligence is it edifies your cybersecurity strategy. So for any given company, they do have a cybersecurity strategy, all right? So and time to time, these guys, they want to understand, so how watertight is our cybersecurity strategy? Now, using strategic intelligence, you can use all this information and feed it into the strategy, measure your strategy, and understand, is our strategy outdated according to today's threats or not? If it is, leverage strategic intelligence to feed into your strategy. And also this one will help you to get an investment by answering this question. So that's also another hack that you can use to justify why you need more spend for your cybersecurity solutions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, Tilda, are we together?
You all good?
Good.
Cool.
Getting to now understand how to get better at asking for the money. Yeah.
Okay. So the other bit is implementing the strategic intelligence approach. So now you're asking yourself, so fine, we know this strategic intelligence bit, it's making sense. So now how can I take it and implement it in my organization, right? Very simple. So the first thing is understand your business revenue points. At the end of the day, businesses are there to make money, right?
Yeah.
So your work in cybersecurity is to help the business to continuously make money. So your work is to mitigate the risks. So that's your role. Where is the money? How are we making money? And how can we assist the company from a cybersecurity perspective to continuously make money? If you go to the board and tell them, you gave us this amount of money, and with this little, we've managed to help the company to sustain itself through making money. Now, if you add us this, trust you me, we'll do a better job at it, right? So understand how the business generates revenue. So this is a weakness for cybersecurity people. We don't understand how businesses work. We don't understand how the business makes money, right? So that's what businesses are for. So as a cybersecurity person, other than your technical capabilities, also understand how do businesses make money, and how can that revenue being generated every year, or that net profit, how can it be affected, and what risks might affect it? And you as a cybersecurity team, how can you help the company not incur such losses, okay? Number 2, after you have understood that, now threat model. So since you now understand this is how the business makes money, now let's understand who would want to interrupt this, okay? So you have who, the adversary. So the adversary is the hacking group, right?
Yeah.
So their intent.
Why would they want to hack you?
Why would they want to hack you? Number 3, capability. So if they were to hack us, how would they do it? So this is where you get technical, right? So now here we dive into the cybersecurity technicalities. Number 4, what? Targeting. So what do they target? So fine.
Finances, data.
Data, right? So a good example of that insurance company. Adversary was Lockbit. Intent, making money. How? Capability. Okay, so they sent a phishing email. From a phishing email, the rest happened. Then what? Targeting was their data. So this is the model you can follow.
Yeah.
To understand how do you protect the business generating revenue aspects of the company. Understand the who, the why, the how, and the what. Okay? Then number 3, prioritization. So once you understand all this, now figure out, so since you know all these things, now what solution do we need to bring into place to help the company continuously generate its revenue? So you see, we started with 1, 2, then 3. Here it's where now you prioritize. It's like, okay, so for us to help the company to continuously generate revenue, so what is the best people, what is the best people? Rather, what are the best hires? What's the best process to adopt? And what's the best technology to bring into place, and now use that prioritization list and now bring in your budget. Do not do the other way around. Do not put a figure and then now you justify the figure. Okay? Put your priorities and then now bring in your budget to justify what you need to do to protect the company. Right? I hope that's clear.
Good so far? Thumbs up.
Makes sense?
Awesome.
Super. So Fraser, please take us through the determining the role of security investments.
So number one, we need to be able to have a cost-benefit analysis, scrutinize the cost against the benefit of each security measure that you're bringing into your organization, reveal the quantitative and qualitative returns on your security investments. Have a look at when you're investing on your various security implementations, how are you going to be able to now have the same returns in terms of, yes, I've bought this tool. Is it giving you the value for money as well? Number two, incident reduction. Monitoring the decrease in security incidences post-investment gives clear indicators of success and contributes to return on your investment. That way, now you can be able to have an understanding. Okay, I've invested in tool X. How much am I paying for that tool? Am I thwarting the risks that are coming onto my organization? Typical example, we've seen organizations be able to also get to purchase quite a number of tools. But now, if we have open source tools, can that open source tool be able to even do a better job than the tools that you've purchased? So have a look at that, measure that. Then lastly, enhanced reputation, improve security protocols contribute to heightened customer trust and brand credibility in directly boosting the financial bottom line.
Thank you. Good. So now you move over to a case study on how you can do this from a technical perspective, right? So we said we are taking care of who? The security manager, right? So most of the time, security managers are the guys who are involved in understanding the technicalities, and then once they understand the technicalities, they go and interpret them for the CISO in a way that he'll be able to understand it in a layman's language, understand what needs to be done, and then from there, the CISO can go and communicate to the CFO in a language that the CFO will understand. So much of the technicalities, most of it, in most companies, it remains with the security manager, and that's the person that you're going to take care of today. Okay? Good. So we'll use free resources that are well known to all of you, right? So there's this amazing framework called the MITRE ATT&CK framework. It's free.
How many have heard of the MITRE ATT&CK framework?
Okay,
how many have gone in depth to read about it and read what it has? Very few hands. Majority of hands have actually gone down.
Okay, cool. So that's good. At least I see we are all conversation. So this is MITRE. It represents done the softwares they've used to breach companies, and so it's a knowledge base for intelligence to some extent. But we have one caveat that we realize it phrase, right?
Yeah.
Like this.
Quite a number.
Yeah, quite a number are not here.
Yeah.
So, right, so really struggles to understand, okay, so why isn't it being updated, right? So we'll answer that question as well, right? Yeah. So this is MITRE, and we picked one group which is famous, which I believe all of you are know, Conti, right? Remember the Conti ransomware group, right? So what happened to this group? It was disbanded, right? The whole operation went down, the guys went against each other, they started leaking chats, and it went boomerang, right? Yeah. So that's why pictures are used, because we've never seen that before in the security world, whereby they fight each other and then they start leaking each other's data and each other's chats, right? So if you look at MITRE, when you scroll down in the page, you'll see quite a number of things. So this is the description of the group. It was first observed in 2019, right? And has been deployed via TrickBot. So TrickBot is an additional software that they're using to deploy the operations, and it targeted major corporations and government agencies, right? And also, if you look at here, these are the techniques they were using, Like for instance, command and scripting interpreter. So they used to do some command and scripting. So Windows Command Shell running some commands in Windows to probably gather information about the machine they've accessed, right? Data encrypted for impact. So when they're stealing your data, they'll encrypt your data in your whole environment. So for impact, it means when your data is encrypted within your company, you cannot access it. Remember, data drives companies. So when they do this, it means since probably you depend on your customer data to process transactions, they've encrypted that data. So it means as much as your systems are working, they cannot access what they need to process a certain business function. So now the company comes to a stop. That's why they always target data, because that causes maximum impact.
And data is the new gold, as we say.
Yep.
Data is gold. So if anyone gets access to your organization data, I mean, that guy has himself a gold mine. So you yourself will be against the data protection office because you've not safeguarded people's data. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and so forth. So if you go through the whole list, it has like the techniques they are using and explanations on why they were using it. So here, we're actually understanding this particular threat. We want to understand why were they doing this? What was the intention of doing this? What were they trying to achieve, right? So what happens, at times you might go and find there's no much information here from MITRE, but again, you cannot sit and wait until they update the framework. Now, we have additional companies that do research. So we have vendors like Trend Micro, there are many that continuously do research, and they publish this information for free, right? So how do they come up to this information? So these companies, when they do incident response stuff, they get to understand how the attackers are operating in the environments of their customers. And then they create a blog and they release that information for public consumption so that you can understand what is happening and if that particular group is changing any tactics to better its operations. Right?
And with this, we get to see how organizations, how the various ransomware groups gain access into your organization, how they gain persistence into your systems and networks, how they move all the way from gaining credentials to command and control and exfiltration.
Super, super, very, very well said, Fraser. So I want us to start it. So what we'll do is, since here we know we don't have enough information about Conti because this is not updated, so we'll merge what we have in MITRE, because nowadays in security, if you see they follow the MITRE framework stuff, we use this information, then we merge it with what you've seen in Trend Micro from the research from other third parties, so that now we can have comprehensive understanding of the capabilities of this particular group, right? So that's something you can do. Use this framework, and if it is not sufficient, go and look at other person's research, and there's a way you can merge that research and MITRE and get a more deeper view.
I
so
think
what,
as a security analyst and even as a security personnel, you need to be able to go out there and be able to do further research. Whatever you get here on MITRE should not be the Bible truth that you're using. You need to be able to now go out there, do extensive research so that by the time you're sitting down and analyzing everything together, you have done research on MITRE, you've seen what MITRE has, you've done research, if it means going all the way, Google docking and the likes, you need to be able to dig deep and see what further information can I be able to get. For example, in this, we'll be able to see some of the tactics that were not listed on MITRE, but were identified to be used on other areas as well.
yeah, and remember, these resources are free, all right? So when you come to here, you click on the attack navigation specifically Chrome. It's called the attack-powered suite. So this is a Google Chrome extension. So it's free, install it, and make it, pin it to your browser, and you can be able to use it. Again, it's free. Right, Fraser?
Yes.
So now,
I don't think we've paid for anything here
actually,
so far.
its cost is 0.
Yeah.
Right? So this is how you can do it. Take it, install it. It's a free plugin. It's called Attack Powered Suite. Then now, this is what you'll use. You'll take the information from this website, map it here in the Attack Powered Suite, get a file, and then we upload it on the other MITRE link, right? So for the interest of time, we did that for you already, and this is what we did. I'll take you through it. So for example, here we have phishing, as you can see on my left, T1566. We came and put it here in the bookmark section. We named it phishing. We gave it a score. So these scores, you can do it for your company. You can actually create a prioritization for yourself. Huh? But yeah, Fraser, please.
Let me take you back. So how do you bookmark this?
Oh yeah, how do we bookmark this?
Because I'm sure there's someone who's wondering, okay, so how did these guys bookmark this?
Yeah, so let me give you an example. So when you click on that bookmark, right? So,
Can go back.
yeah, sorry, actually I can go back here, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you come to this icon. There's a bookmark icon here, right? So when you click on that icon, view bookmarks, it will create a pop-up here, and it will give you something similar to this, whereby you can add your information.
Yeah.
From where you're collecting it from. For instance, like what we did, whatever you see here in this particular website, we replicated it here, right? So you just add as is. You take like phishing, you can give it a score. So this scoring, it's prioritization. I mean, this is something you can do for your company. Some frameworks, they do it for you. So now it's highly dependent with your company. And then you give it a description. So whatever you see here arrives via phishing email. It's the same thing we copied here. And that is, so we took all this and we put it here for the purposes of structuring it. Right? And then after that, you will come here to export attack layer navigation, export attack navigation layer, and you click here, export navigation layer, and it will download a JSON file, right? So this is the file that we need once you've finished. So once it downloads the JSON file, you come to this bit. Sorry, it's this bit. Yep, and now we can.
You add a new tab.
Yeah, you add a new tab, sorry, and then now you can add that new JSON file to represent what you've created. So let's do it. So we create a new layer, call it enterprise, that's what you're using.
Open a new.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I need to import, yeah.
Yeah, because you're importing that JSON file, so you can open existing layer.
Yeah, then upload from local, sorry for that. Upload from local, then we go to downloads, we pick our file, and then we open, and then you've seen it has populated what it's on that website. So if you go back to the Conti stuff, if you have phishing, exploit public-facing application, if you come now to our MITRE stuff, you can see it has been added. Now, this is easier to read, right? So remember, you're looking at what MITRE has built, you're leveraging it to add more intelligence that MITRE has not added. So what do we do after that, right?
Just before we get there, probably, what are some of the differences that you can note? I don't know if anyone has noted there's a bit of, apart from the color change, I don't know if there's anyone who's noted a bit of difference. This is further research that has been done by us. So further research means we've gone to look for where we can be able to get more information about this ransomware group. Remember, from what MITRE has, MITRE starts from execution, which is native API. However, from extensive research, we've identified that there's the initial access, which is exploiting public-facing applications and phishing. And through phishing, they were using the bazaar loader to be able to now gain initial access.
Yep. So you've seen the difference, getting intelligence from outside, structuring it in attack-powered suites, downloading a JSON file, uploading it here, and now we have intelligence from another source, and now let's supplement it, right?
Yeah.
With the one that you have in MITRE. So how do you combine both aspects of intelligence? So you come here, you click on a plus, you click on create layer from others, and here we
domain.
need also domain, sorry. Yeah, attack 14, version
Yes.
114, sorry. And then here we need to now add both together. So if you look at on the right, they've even told you a formula on how to add both. So let's do that. So you say A plus, sorry. Yeah, A plus B. So make sure you put the spaces and then we click create layer. And once you do that, you can see that it has actually created the layer. So it has created what we had here and what it had here. Now it has created it into one document. And now we have everything that we need in terms of understanding Conti from MITRE and also from third-party research. So remember, all this is free, all right? Good, so now you ask yourself, so now we have it all mapped. So what's the next thing? Okay, Fraser Mind's probably taking us through what should we do next using the defense matrix.
So now that we have, we've identified the various threats and the various tactics that this threat actor will use on our environment. Now we need to be able to now identify how can we be able now to defend ourselves. We've identified the threats, we've identified how they're gonna get access into our organization. So now, moving a step forward, how can we be able now to defend ourselves now that we've known our threats? By defending ourselves, we're going to take the various tactics that they're using, list them down in terms of like grouping them.
Yep.
We group them, see, okay, for example, group, I think you can go back to the navigator. We identify the various IDs that have been associated. We group them, and then now we paste them on the defend. But
Yep.
before we get to pasting them,
Yep, so I'll probably just quickly take you through Defend. Defend, again, it's free. It's from MITRE, right? It's an amazing framework. I love MITRE. I mean, we love MITRE. Why? Because they give free publications. So what happens with MITRE, they are well-resourced. They have an R&D department that is funded by the government, the US government, and they are always on the front of releasing new research papers and new projects. So one of them was Defense Framework, which was quite interesting for the defense community, and I'll explain it. So here, this is MITRE attack. So it represents all the tradecrafts, TTPs, techniques, and everything attackers use. So now it helps you map whatever tradecraft or techniques the attackers are using to what you need to do from a defense perspective. Okay, so this is offensive, this is defensive. So we learn what the techniques are, right? And then now we build our defensive capabilities. And this resource is free.
and it even gets better, it even helps you identify some of the organizations that can be able to help you defend yourself from the various attack techniques that are being used. Yeah.
Okay, so then let's go to what we'll use. So when you click resources, you can see they have quite a number of resources. You'll focus on the tools area. So here on the tools area, they have quite a number of things. And today we look at the defense extractor, right? So good, so for the defense extractor, how it works is it helps you understand what the adversaries are doing, like what we've seen here in the attack navigator, and then map it to defensive capabilities that you can implement as a company, right? So now you see where you're getting from. So express in depth. Now, for the security manager, once they've understood who will attack them, for this instance is Conti, now they've understood the capabilities of Conti, right? So now they want to understand, if I'm to get a right solution, what solution will it be? We need to understand the best solution that we can budget for, so that when I go and present this information to the CISO, I even tell them, we know a solution, it will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the best solution for our money and for our budget. So what happens here, which we already did, is for all these capabilities, as you can see, when I highlight one, you can see for exploit public-facing applications, it has an ID T1190, right? If I highlight the other one for phishing, it has a technique ID of T1566. So you know how to take all these IDs and put them in a list and then prioritize them in terms of what needs to be to have a look at from the defense framework, right? So we'll just use them as is. You already did that for the purposes of time. So you take those IDs, you put them in a list of priority based on how the attack looks like, because here, for instance, they started with phishing, native API, and whatnot, and now...
Let me take you a step back. On the slides, one of the things that we talked about was being able to prioritize your threats. Be able to prioritize so that once you're able to figure out how you prioritized, then it becomes easier to tell your CISO, I need these funds for this tool because these are the threats that it's going to secure our organization from.
Yep. Thank you, Faisal. Quite important. So when we did that, this is the priority list we came from. We have priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So remember, in security, you'll never be given a budget that will solve everything. Yeah. So you can be given like a small portion of the budget, but now you need to work with it. So that's why you need to prioritize our defensive actions. Why? Because, for instance, for your company, if your main problem is business email compromise, or your headache is phishing, or your headache is web application stuff, attack stuff. So now you need to prioritize your defenses, whereby you start with what is nagging you. And that's what we call initial access. So how will they gain entry into your company? We can start with that. Let's see what defensive things we need to do for that. What aspects do we need to check when you're evaluating a solution that can protect us against initial access, which is the first thing attackers do, and how can we justify that budget? Then once you're given that budget, implement the solution. Go next day and tell them, hey, you gave us a budget. We implemented this and this, and this is what we've been able to take care of. So we need an extra budget to go to phase 2, to articulate or to take care of priority 2 problems. Finish it, go to the other year, tell them, we've done priority 1, priority 2. Now we need to implement something to protect us against priority 3. Okay? So that's how you continuously win that argument of getting more money in the boat. So let's take, for example, we did the priority 1 techniques. So what you do, once you have them listed, you just copy, and then you come and paste them here, like that, and you just click on go. Just a minute. Oh, sorry, it was the attack extractor, not the defense, sorry. So it is the attack extractor, not defense. Yeah, because we're using attack IDs. So, yeah, now I have it, sorry for that. So it is attack, not defense. Defense is the other way around. You take your defensive IDs and then you map them to attack, seeing how your defensive posture, so your defensive implementation, how is it looking like from an attacking perspective. So when you do that, you can see we have a lot of stuff here. So we have exploit public-facing applications. So if you look at this, when you go back to this diagram, this is the first thing, initial access. So how will they gain access? It's either through exploiting a public-facing application or phishing. And if you look at our extractor, this is the first thing we've looked at. So what do we need to do in terms of defense to take care of this, right? So this is just so this is what we have for the attack name. Then for the exploit public application, what does it produce? So this explains when someone is attacking your public-facing application, what exactly happens behind the scenes. So when someone interacts with the web application, it will produce inbound network traffic. So when I'm attacking your application, I send a request, right? Yeah. Then I receive a response from your application. So that request response, it is actually I'm sending traffic to your web application and then receiving a response, right? So, and if you look at here, so what can you do with this particular process? We can detect any malicious activity when someone is sending any requests. And the defense technique is client-server payload profiling. So client-server payload profiling is looking at when someone is sending a request to your website, what is the context of that request? Remember, when you're attacking our website, where do you put your attacks? Mostly in the payload area, right? Yeah. In that area, in the body of your request, right? So client-server payload profiling, it means for you to detect that they're attacking your web applications, we need to analyze what the hackers are sending to your website. And then here you can see analyzing, then the artifact that you need to analyze that is network traffic. So here it means we need a solution that can capture traffic. And it can help us understand what is being sent, and when it is being sent, what is the context of that thing that is being sent. So a good example of this can be our web application firewall. It will be able to capture such things. Make sense? All right?
Yeah.
So now you can go to the board and you're like, okay, so we need a web application file. Because our main issue now is our web applications are getting attacked. Why? Because they're publicly exposed. So we need a solution that can help us to look at inbound network traffic. And other than looking at the inbound network traffic, the solution can help us to analyze the payload which is being sent by the hackers. And we need something that can also give us an artifact that we can use to analyze. Make sense? So now you see, when you go to look for these solutions and to budget for them, you'll go to look for a solution that does exactly what you want it to do. So now you go to the CISO, you're like, fine, we need a solution that will check inbound traffic, we need a solution that can analyze the payload being sent, and we need it to give us artifacts for that. Now, that's a good approach to justify the costs that you need to incur for that solution, other than just going and buying a solution because it does web application firewall stuff. But now you drill down, we need a solution that does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how you justify the cost of that solution. Yeah, probably, Fraser, we can take probably one more for the interest of time, probably something different.
Yeah, when we look at phishing.
Yeah, so probably you can talk about this for phishing for the emulated file analysis.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So when doing phishing, there are various ways phishing campaigns happen or phishing attacks happen, right? So when doing phishing, we're looking at what is produced. We have the file, we have the email, we have URL. What are we being able to detect? We're trying to detect the various ways in which the malicious actor is going to gain access into your organization. So number one, we're trying to defend and look at what are the various files, what format are they coming into the organization? How can we be able to detect that? From the various tools that we have, can we be able to detect the file? Is it a malicious file, or is it a file that has been embedded with a payload inside it? Because we're finding quite a number of guys being able to embed code behind even PDF documents and Excel sheets. So is our solution now being able to now detect that and be able to help us gain now the resilience and know?
So probably you can just drill down into this, and just a quick explanation to what Fraser, just an add-on to that what he said. So emulated file analysis, this is what you call a sandbox, right? We all know sandbox, right? So it means now we'll emulate the actions of this particular file before it is sent to an employee. So here you can see emulated file analysis, it analyzes the document file or an executable file. Probably it has been sent through email. So we can even drill down further. Let's check what this entails. Document file, and this is everything it has. So with this framework, you can actually drill down to understand the right solution you need to get, so that you don't just buy solutions for the sake of buying. So if you see emulated file analysis, you can analyze the document file, right? And also dynamic analysis, but here we're dealing with this. So it means for this emulated file analysis, you need a sandbox to analyze the files to make sure they are safe and they do not have anything embedded, right? Just as an example, right? Make sense? Cool. That's a very strong yes.
I think these guys here are alert.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, we are back. So that's how you can go about, because it's quite a lot, as you can see. Only for phishing, you can see how many things you can actually check for when you're going to get a solution. They are quite a lot, right? That's what I was saying. It's very hard for you to get a cost to cover all your security spends. But if you take each area, let's say this year we'll deal with public-facing applications. Next year we deal with phishing. The other year we deal with user execution. So solutions for all these things. Then it is easy for you to justify the cost. But remember, you're taking care of those issues which are pain points. Because at the end of the day, it all starts with initial access. So let's deal with initial access first. If we solve it and do it properly, then we can move to the other phases of what you need to do to build your defensive posture, right? I believe you're almost done now.
Yes.
Cool.
I believe we're together till there with the case study. I believe for those who are in various environments, you can go and replicate the same thing for your environment. Try and use the MITRE frameworks and try and emulate the same for your environment.
Yep. And just to add something, Fraser, remember, you cannot, like, for all the things we've done in MITRE, you cannot implement a one solution to do everything.
Yeah.
It is phase by phase. Just make sure for what you want to take care of, let's say fishing, understand what needs to be checked from a solution perspective. Dig deep, get the best solution, implement it, then move over to the other avenue. Because security, it's a journey, right, of improvement. Okay, Fraser, you can probably wind up with this. Yeah.
Security is actually not a one-time thing, as
Yeah.
many people think. Yeah, so what are some of the best practices for optimizing security spend? Number one, regular audits. So constantly revisiting and auditing security measures ensures financial resources are directed towards relevant and effective security layers. So be able to now ensure that once you've implemented, you do security audits. Try and see, are we solving the solution? Are we solving the problem as we proceed, as we continue? Remember, security is a journey, so we need to have that growth journey so that we say from the time we started implementing the various solutions, we've been growing at X certain number of pace, and this is what we've been thwarting. And as we test, as we have either internal auditors or external auditors like CyberGuard Africa, you're growing. As you continue, you're growing with each phase. Number two, incident reduction. By ranking security projects based on impact and necessity, organizations can logically prioritize spending where it has the greatest effect. I feel like, Kanye, I feel like you have something to chip into that.
Yeah, I mean, the aspect is incident reduction. I mean, the less incidents you have, the better. It's not practical to actually forecast this because you don't know when you'll be attacked. But if you drill down into the solutions you need to implement, you understand the environment. Remember what you said, asset identification, know who you are, know your enemy, understand what you need to do. Know yourself continuously, know your enemy, right? And it is easy to win the war. So that's how you can work on incident reduction. Understand your environment continuously, check your environment consistently, then understand what your enemy is doing. Are they changing tactics? If they are, so what do you need to do? Right?
As they change their tactics, also you change your tactics.
Exactly.
Make it harder
Yep.
for them.
Yeah, then another thing that CyberGuard emphasizes on is employee training. Please continuously train employees. The threat landscape is changing quickly, right? And at the end of the day, it's people, process, technology, not technology only. People focus on tech. They forget people. People are your most important asset because that technology at the end of the day will depend on someone using a process for it to work. Right? So train your people continuously.
And also to add on to that, I think one of the things that CyberGuard Africa has been trying to also push on in terms of employee training, also making it as practical as possible. We're not trying to do normal slides. Even for employee training, we're not doing regular slides, whether it's board, senior management. Everyone has to get a hands-on experience, and that's how you ensure that you're learning even better. And that's how employees within the organization will be able to help deter the first part of things, the initial access, which is through phishing campaigns.
Thank you, Fraser. So as a conclusion and takeaway, comprehensive evaluation, should be consistent, understand your security needs. Be consistent with it. Continuously understand your security needs. For instance, integrate with departments. Understand their security needs. Understand what is of most importance to them. There's what we call business, departmental intelligence. So understand them, work with them, understand what matters to them. What is the crown jewel to them? Strategic investment. Invest strategically. We've taken you through the practical bit of how do you understand the kind of solution you need. How do you even drill down to understand the capability of that solution you need before you even go and ask for a budget so that you don't end up spending just for the sake of it. Measure your success. It's good to measure your success. How are you improving? You can even use the defend matrix and the MITRE, the same way you've used it, to actually measure how much of coverage do you have. Then continuous improvement, like you said, security is a journey. Continuous improvement, plug into such communities like Africa Hackathon, network with people, research, do your own publications, and help the company improve in security matters. I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, one more time, let's appreciate Kevin and Fraser for the beautiful presentation. Before I let them go, does anyone have any burning question for them? Just give them room to answer a question or two. There's a question here, okay.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. Amazing presentation. I just wanted to throw a spanner in the works. Security is always a game of cat and mouse, and there are new things and sophistications that are being brought up. So just wanted to throw a spanner in the works. So if I was a member of a board, and then I ask you, why do I have to buy a tool instead of insure against the attack? How will you go about that?
Why do you have to buy a tool?
Or well, rather, I can insure against an eventual attack.
Okay, so again, when does insurance kick in after you've been breached, right? So that's the essence of insurance. So it means when the insurance, the time insurance is kicking in, you're affected. Your business has come to a halt, right? Let's look at it from a tool's perspective. The work of the tool is actually to prevent the attack from succeeding. Your end goal is for the business to continuously run so that you don't lose money. So one is reactive, one is proactive. So now ask the board. For us to believe in proactiveness. Why? Because the business will stay operational. You know? So this means you won't lose money. Insurance will only kick in once you've lost money. So they're just coming to supplement the amount you've lost. But remember, they're covering the money. They're not covering your customers. They're not covering your reputational damage. So what holds weight to the company? Proactive. Make sense? Go.
Good morning. My question was, okay, I think you mentioned something about using AI to like write code, and like the way it produces code for you and it runs for like whatever time it's going to run for. And my question is, I think everyone, even the attackers, they probably have the knowledge of what AI is, what it does, the damage it can do. And with the way things are going, GPT-5 is, okay, they're still rethinking. And so as you continue, so is it like, how are we going to like defend, or rather are you going to fight? What is the math? What needs to be done so that you can be able to secure like the data, the process for like a specific company? Yes.
I think just to start on it, as he said, security is a game of cat and mouse between you and the attackers. So you need to be able to know the various techniques that they're using, the various approaches that they're using, to be able to now you'll make it harder for them, however you won't stop them, right? So try and make it as hard as possible for someone to be able to infiltrate your company, to be able to gain access into your company, because the same school of thought that I went to when doing the security assessment is the same school of thought that the attacker went to when he was trying to access you. So having that continuous security checks and continuous security audits within the organization, then that can be able to make it difficult. It won't stop them, but it will make it more difficult. So basically you're trying to increase their costs, increase their time, make them tired, but you won't stop them from trying to attack you. They will always try to attack you, but you're making it more harder for them, because the moment you make it harder for them, they'll give up at some point.
Yeah, and probably to add on to that, remember, as much as they're using AI, probably the only advantage they have is efficiency, right? But remember, in defense, we have so many opportunities to catch them. You know, at the end of the day, it's the person sitting behind the machine. The malware might be so good, but the person sitting behind the machine, they will make mistakes. You know, so malware is one component. The code is one component, but now it is dependent on the person that is actually running the attack. So, and that human is to error. They will make errors. So continue to do what you're doing, you know, like what we've shown you, how to justify your solutions. Do that and do it well. At one point in time, they will make a mistake and you'll catch them. So remember, don't look only at the malware, look at the whole security stuff. Like what you've seen in MITRE, you have initial access, way to exploitation, to defensive evasion. Across the whole chain, they will make a mistake, no matter if they're using AI or not, because they cannot use AI for everything. So probably they'll only use it for malware, but what about the other spaces? They'll definitely make mistakes. So the thing is, don't really focus on, don't fear the issue about the AI, just probably focus more on improving your security program internally, because they'll definitely make a mistake. But now your advantage is, will you catch them when they make the mistake, or will you miss that opportunity?
The other question is, however, okay, for the security manager, for example, like you get like a ransom, like they ask for money, and that money is way too much that you can be able to access. So what do you do? Okay.
Yeah, that's a tough conversation. So if you look at what has been advised, the government in the US, I'll use that because that's what we've seen. They've said don't pay, you know. But as much as they issued like that thing of don't pay, companies went and paid secretly, you know. So what I usually say is this issue of not paying and paying, it's a difficult conversation because it sits with the company, with the boards, with the C-suite. So they're the ones who decide at the end. You, as a security person, you'll advise, but you won't be the one to make the decision to pay. So at times they pay out of fear. They're like, so if we pay, they won't leak our data. Okay, so that's what they've said. Do you trust them? No. If we don't pay, they will leak our data. So it's a very tough conversation. But what I say, it depends with the company, and it depends if the company, risk appetite, remember? So if that data gets leaked, what is the impact to the company? So what I say, run ahead of them. If you know what has been stolen, please inform the customers. Be very transparent. Tell them, yes, we suffered a breach. This was what has been stolen. And you're doing the best we can to make sure that it will not happen again. You've informed your customers because when this data gets leaked, who gets affected? It's the customer. So reach out to the customer before they leak it. Start negotiating with the customer, the person who pays you, for them to still remain with the company. So that's my take. Like, I'm not a believer in paying, because either way, you'll still pay, they'll steal all your data. They'll come next and tell you, hey, we still have your data, we can leak it, pay us again. So I prefer running to your customers. Inform your customer, tell them, fine, we've suffered a breach, but we're doing the best we can to make sure that you're taking care of you as a customer and you care about you. There's a way you can do PR. No, PR communication. And then even if you know the data leaks, your customer is well informed. And now you have still the trust and buy-in from your customer. That's what I believe in. Yep.
Great. We appreciate Kevin and Fraser for the beautiful presentation they've been able to do. Let me do a round of a vibe check. Are we on course? Are we okay? Are we learning? How many have no idea what is going on and yet they're here? Nobody. So that means you're all learning. You have no idea. You have a question. Okay. I'll take it later. I promised. Okay. Thank you. As we keep our conversations going, I want to appreciate Red Bull Kenya for making sure that we have wings to fly. We are learning yet we are drinking. Why don't you appreciate them? Just tell them thank you. And then very quickly, I know you all made it here, but I want to specifically appreciate 5 people who made it here as the first people, as early as 7 a.m. Wow. So very quickly, Juliet, Victor, Lempiris, Zawadi, and Robert, please come down. I'll say it again. Help me appreciate it as they come. Juliet, Victor, Lempiris, Zawadi, and Robert. Index ones need to get us something. Yeah? I'll invite Kumaran to please come and take a photo with them as they hold their t-shirts. Feel free to display the t-shirts. Don't they look lovely? Let's appreciate them as they take the group photo. And for those who joined us a bit later, you may have your seats, thank you. Those who are joining us a bit later, we are using the hashtag Africa Hackathon Masterclass on the social media. If we're posting highlights, insights, selfies with the person next to you, and we're also using tagging @Statinev, @BrightGamily, and @Africa Hackathon on all social media platforms. If LinkedIn is your cup of tea, then so be it. If TikTok is the thing, if Instagram is a thing. I don't think there's anybody here who uses Facebook, but please use hashtag Africa Hackathon Masterclass, right? And in case anyone felt something, I don't know what to call it in English, because those t-shirts look nice. They are very limited t-shirts on sale outside. They're only going for 1,200 Kenya shillings. They're very limited. So if you want, please be sure to get that when you go on our health break. Right. So next up, I want to introduce a very brilliant gentleman who's the Deputy Director at ICT Authority and is passionate about public-private partnerships. And if you have any questions regarding cybersecurity and the government, this gentleman is the guy to go to and ask him this question. So please put your hands together, help me invite on stage Philip Irode. Karibu.
Morning, everybody. Morning once again. How many of us like cyber or are already in the field of cyber? Awesome. So I think I'm here to represent the ICT Authority. My name is Philip Irode. I've worked with Dr. for quite some time. I started my career as an IT officer, and I somehow transitioned from risk up to currently what I do in cybersecurity. And I'm glad to see some familiar names that I have worked with and of course interacted with. Where is Debbie? I saw her somewhere. Debbie Gitonga. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think it is a very interesting career, and I think we are all here as students and career enthusiasts who want to join the industry. You're on the right track. So I'll basically take us through a speech, basically from the ICT Authority, and we support such initiatives. We have a running program called the Presidential Digital Talent Program that normally has 4 tracks. We have infrastructure, we have applications, we have project management, and of course, cybersecurity. We take 600 students across the country. These are top performing students from all our universities. We take them through an induction program for 1 full year, and they are taken through active practical industry skills. And we send them to various government institutions as well as private institutions. Some work with the likes of Oracle, Microsoft, HP, government, PSC. And then after that, we can actually absorb some who are the top creme de la creme. And of course, they're in the industry and of course start working. So allow me to go through my speech. So I think, I was meant to talk to us regarding navigating and the evolving landscape of cybersecurity. And this is not something that we have to ignore. It has totally changed the way lives has been. And from a government perspective, of course, I'm sure you've seen the various initiatives that the government has. And this is of course, onboarding and digitalization of government services. And we've seen what impact cybersecurity breaches can actually do. And we practically saw this sometimes last year when our payment platform went through a DDoS. Everyone struggled. If you had a sick child that you wanted to admit to hospital, if you were traveling and you wanted to do your payment, you realized you couldn't do that because the payment platform that the government and all citizenry uses was actually affected. So we can basically say that the digital landscape is constantly changing, and with new technologies emerging daily, driven by innovations in technology, we have faced increasing challenges based on cybersecurity threats. And these are basically from innovations that we've implemented ourselves. We're talking of digitalization. This digitalization, in as much as it's making life effective, services efficient, and reducing the cost, it's also increasing the attack surface for our services. So we've seen the rise of cyber threats, the likes of ransomware and extortion. We've seen distributed denial of services. We have also seen advanced persistent threats, where, of course, basically these are targeted attacks to a certain service. We have also seen zero-day exploits, and I'm very happy the gentlemen who have just been presenting to us, talking us through the meta attack vectors. We have also emerging areas of insider threats. Disgruntled employees, someone is leaving the organization, they decide, well, I'm not happy, what do I do? They decide to bring the whole organization or most of those services down. We've also seen data breaches, of course, and network intrusions. And as a government where we have a very huge footprint, we are not immune to this. We normally have discussions and platforms on some of our platforms where even our mail system themselves are actually prone to consistent attacks. Whether they are insider or external, it is something that we constantly have to learn to figure out how do we close them? How do we consistently keep ahead of the attacks? What are the trends in technology? I heard a lady speak about AI. We have people who are using now AI to execute phishing. It was in the news about 2 weeks ago. We have state actors that have actually adopted AI as a platform where they initiate phishing, targeted phishing attacks to government, business emails, corporate emails, and various critical infrastructures. So it is upon us as enthusiasts, as growing cybersecurity leaders, to try and figure out what exactly do we need to do? What are the controls that we need to put in place? Talking of IoT, the level of interconnectedness that we have in our homes, in our vehicles. Right now, you want to travel, you realize that you can actually book an air ticket, pay for it, and even do a hotel reservation from the comfort of your home. Yes, this is very efficient, but in the same breath, it's actually providing an extended attack surface for those particular users of the service as well as the providers of those services. We also have aspects of regulatory compliance. And as a government institution or a government that is meant to provide citizenry the services, you realize we also have a responsibility to protect them. And that's whereby you realize that the various regulatory compliances that you have, we have the Data Protection Act, we have the current Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, with the related regulations. They are basically meant to ensure the playing ground is actually fair to both the service providers and to the users of those services. And that's why someone spoke and earlier asked about you have been hacked. Someone has encrypted your data. They're asking you need to pay ransom. It is a question of, how do you comply to your business expectation and to the legal and regulatory expectations of your country, and of course, what the laws say. So it is a very difficult question, or rather a position for you to find yourself in. You have your customer data that has been encrypted. Someone is asking you to pay a ransom fee for it to be released to you. And I agree with the gentleman, whether you pay or you don't pay, they already have the data. So it's not going to help. You'll need to weigh in and find out exactly, okay, which one would you take? Yeah? So those are some of the things that we have to make sure that we address. And then from a strategic perspective and as a government institution, the more effective strategies that we are trying to pursue at the high level includes capacity building. And such a forum is very important because you learn about, for example, what do you need to do as an institution, as a government entity, or as a business, or as an aspiring cybersecurity practitioner. We impact skills, both protective, defense, and of course, what you'll call management. We've had them talk about return on investment. You realize as a cybersecurity practitioner, you do not have a bottomless pit of resources. You need to review what are the priority areas, what are the impact of an outage or of a cybersecurity threat in the services that you have. And from a practitioner's perspective, there are things that we do, for example, a business impact analysis. You classify your services. What does this service provide to the customer? If we do have an outage, what will be the impact? I'll give you an example. From a national perspective, we have KPLC, which we could call a critical national infrastructure. We also have the travel, for example, the flight control systems. They are all based on technology. We also have, for example, eCitizen. Those are critical national infrastructure services. If an outage happens to those services, and another outage happens, for example, to an email system, what is more important? As a CISO or as an ICT lead in charge of cybersecurity, you need to define where is the much impact that is going to affect the citizens. What do you need to do? Why, what, and how do I prioritize the resources that I have to address these particular issues that I'm faced with? And for your information, cybersecurity will only get around 10 to 15% of the entire ICT budget. And you realize that you have to take care of an entire enterprise or ecosystem. And that is why prioritization becomes very important. The other skills that we need to learn as aspiring cybersecurity: communication, developing business proposals that will communicate to your leadership that we require this particular solution. It is very important. And I'm glad that in the pool of students that we normally employ, they actually end up turning out to be very good as long as you guide them in the direction that you need them to move. So we have capacity building, reskilling, and retooling, which is very important. And by reskilling and retooling, I mean, you had our colleagues say you want to implement a solution. That solution is not going to take care of your entire spectrum or your entire ecosystem of the ICT assets that you have. So you need to figure out, how do I retool to make use of the other aspects of this solution to meet a certain functionality. And that is very important. As I say, you always work with a limited budget. And then, of course, visibility and monitoring. It's very important. We've said we have done a BIA, we have identified that these are our important critical assets, and we have prioritized them. So what do we do on a day-to-day basis? And that's when enhanced visibility and monitoring comes in. You want to understand what traffic is traversing through our international gateway. Where is it coming from and where is it destined? What sort of traffic is it carrying? Who are the major consumers, right? Because from where I sit, you realize that we have the entire visibility of the entire landing stations when they do land into our IGW, the international gateways. You want to understand, what does telco consume? What does health consume? What does education consume? And how do we implement security so that whatever traffic that we are traversing through or issuing to the end users is actually clean and shaped up traffic. And then there is the aspect of global collaboration and information sharing. We live in an interconnected society where issues of cyber do not know geolocation or national boundaries. If I'm hit as a provider of a certain service, let's say banking service, trust me, the same core banking system is basically what our counterpart, maybe in the neighboring country, are using. And it's the same threat that cuts across that particular sector. So issues of global collaboration and information sharing is very important so that if you are in a position to identify a zero-day attack or a zero-day vulnerability, you can share that information with your counterpart so that you also tell them, this is the control that I have implemented and this is how I have been able to address it. I think I've spoken about legal and regulatory framework that supports a best practice industry so that we have an environment where digital trust becomes part and parcel of our e-commerce. Then there are those operational initiatives, and these are now the things that we do on our everyday activities once you go to your workplace. I'm sure you've heard of awareness programs for our employees, the non-technical users whom we are always interacting with. They need to understand, what does a clean desk policy imply? What does a safe, secure password mean? What does piggy banking mean? You know, you are walking to your office, someone is following you, you let them in your secure infrastructure or your secure areas. It is important. It might be it might not seem to be a very complicated thing, but it can actually have a significant impact when that particular person have access to, for example, your data center or your secure locations. We have backup and recovery for our critical systems. That needs to be done. We have spoken about monitoring and threat detection, basically using the various tools that we were taken through, and then, of course, defining the process of escalation. If you identify that something has happened, how do you escalate it and get it addressed? Allow me to talk about the role of young professionals and their empowerment in cybersecurity. It is a fact that we have a shortage of cybersecurity practitioners. And by a shortage, I mean someone who can actually provide defense and protective activities on your critical infrastructure. Right now, as we speak, it is not only a problem within the country, but it's a global problem. And when you look at the field of cybersecurity, there are so many diverse areas under which any of you can venture in. Whether it's threat intelligence, application testing, analyst, even project management from an IS perspective. So it is important for us to appreciate that this is an area that is, an absolute place where you need to pursue your careers, and there are career guidelines that can actually develop you to reach the apex of this particular field. There are free training websites that offer free training modules. There are also paid up certification programs that you can pursue as an individual if you want to pursue the various careers within the cybersecurity field. And when you look at it, assuming we are all from the university, the role that you play is greatly defined by how committed you are to it. There are people who are willing to mentor, and they are out there. You just need to show initiative that you are ready to be mentored, and I'm sure I'm glad what Dr. is doing, because ideally this is how we are going to develop a continuous pipeline of cybersecurity practitioners who are able not only to defend corporate sector, but even public sector agencies and organizations. Let me tell you something. We have, the current leadership really appreciates technology. And I'm sure you've all seen where we've been heading to with the initiative towards digitalization. This digitalization of these services will require people to defend those systems. We normally have discussions on the side by Dr. And I'll tell you, we have problems. Because in as much as we have an initiative to digitalize, we also need to put practical defense mechanisms that will ensure security and control for these particular services that we are onboarding and digitalizing. And you are the people whom we are going to look out for, right? So for me, I think it is important that you pursue whatever career that we have here. And for the professionals who are here, please pick up some of the people who are attending such forums, mentor them, guide them. Cybersecurity is one field which can actually have both positive and negative, because if the people we have here decide to be hackers, trust me, we are not going to have peaceful nights. We'll have sleepless nights, right? So I think that is my rallying call, that we come together, see what we need to do so that we have a pipeline of professionals in cybersecurity who are able to defend the systems and the systems that provide services to the citizenry. Thank you so very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. And I'm reachable. I think anyone who wants to reach out, I'm still available, and hope to interact with you more. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Great. I want us to do an activity right now before we continue. May I ask, Philip, just before you sit, I need you to come back. Yes, please come. Thank you. I'd like to invite Jackie and Dr. Bright to come up on stage. They have a small token of appreciation they'd like to give you. To just say, asante sana for making time to be here. Our photographers, please be on standby.
So these gifts are so special that we're going to give Prof. and Kumaran. I want you to both come here. And I want you to open a gift right here. Because there's something special that I want to give you, all the three of you, because taking your time to be with us today and sharing with us what you have, we don't take it for granted. And we would just love to just appreciate you and share some of the details with you. So when I give you the gift, I would like all three of you to open it at the same time, because, and it's very delicate, so you have to be careful. So this is for Philip. want you to open the gift and take it out and see what's inside.
One more time, why don't you appreciate them? Right, before you guys go, I know you used to go to conferences where the last thing that people do is to come and take a group photo and say everything is done, right? We're doing it different. Please, everyone, come join me. Let's take a group photo with them. Come, let's join me. Let's take a group photo together with them because I know some of them need to leave. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's also a good time to wake the person next to you if they were dozing off. Let's tell them it's time to come and take a group photo. Thank you. This is for everyone, so please come. I know it's chaotic. We'll be able to just do this, yeah? I assure you, your laptops are safe. It's just a group photo and then we leave, yeah?
As we get to arrange, just a second. Will this work here or outside? We do it here? Okay.
I'll ask the speakers to please come in front. Bright, please. Jackie, Kumaran, please come in front.
You're now locked in with your favorite DJ, DJ Styles. Follow DJ. I'm not your love interest. See my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changing. Except that I got a big back and a big neck. Nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Call my nigga. Nobody can't try to cry me a river. I'ma pull through the strings so that it's so good. I don't want to pull no trigger. I just want to cause I'm going play. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate of my brother. Me, I just want to cause I'm going play. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they like nothing to worry me.
All right, are we ready?
Nothing to bother me. They don't know what apology. Say she look good, but I nobody. Me, I know they like nothing to bother me. I know they like nothing to bother me. They don't know what apology.
Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, let me piss some of you guys off. 3, 2, 1, Jahe. One last time. One last time. All right, we need to do a short video saying Africa Hackathon, okay? Are we ready? Africa, Africa. Ah, yeah. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Wonderful. You may have your seats. Thank you.
Where you there? She a bit see you today. Your body feel cut in my wire. All over you to find. With your banana like monkey, but me sweeter than turkey. Slowly rolling down like your skin. No day to Shawty go down, down for me. But you go so far now, honey. Your love for that. Your two, your hands are for me. All over again. What you want to be like, so you find, so you feel the color of my brain. All over again. She go inside me. You got that money, so you wanna get down. One about the other sun goes down tonight. What? This I got that girl and I don't really mind.
But I'll give you a second to have your seats. We have one more presentation to go before we step out for a quick health break.
Oh, no. I just want some little one. Little fun. Little flex. Little something tonight. Oh, my darling. I got that plenty. You know the beat on my back, so I put them in the can of Moscow. Big, show my yati. Show ability, what's my friend make us spend $1 million on you. As long as you go there, my side, money. As long as you go do me, I do money. As long as you go there, my side, money. As long as you go do me, I do money.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I just want to let you know that our speakers are not in a hurry, especially Philip Irode. Thank you, our DJ. Thank you. So in case anyone has any questions to Philip regarding the government and the role of ICT, he's available to answer the questions in person, right? So before I release you guys to go on your health break, I'd like to invite back Dr. Bright and Kumaran to just speak to us on a very interesting topic, and this is advancing your career in cybersecurity and how to choose the right path and course, right? So please help me invite Dr. Bright back on stage. Take us very briefly. Guys, help me and appreciate and invite Dr. Thank you.
Good morning again. The room is getting more full and I like it. I love the energy that we're seeing as well. How many of you are learning something so far? Great. If I may ask a question, what is the most difficult part of you getting into cybersecurity? Anybody? Pardon? You can shout from where you are. Pardon? Price or certifications? Thank you. Okay, good one. Anyone else? Yep. Introverted nature. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah. Knowing where to start. The roadmap. Okay. Lack of career direction. Pardon? Entry-level position. So it's very difficult for you to get positions. So I might give a job to some of you today. Yes. Pardon? Experience in entry levels. And I think it's a very difficult thing, Kumaran. Sometimes you try to get into some jobs in cybersecurity, and they tell you need 3 years of experience. Right? And yet you are in school, you are about to finish, and they're telling you you need 3 years of experience. Where is that experience coming from? Right? So I think there's something I want us to demystify is what are the things we need to do to get in cybersecurity? I don't know what your thoughts are in the space because
We didn't prep for this, so this is going to be interesting. Go ahead.
yeah, but yeah, we did not prepare for this. This is very random. I just wanted to have candid conversations. So it's hard. It's been a difficult thing, and a lot of people are always struggling to know where to start from. They did a live, Instagram live, and it was a StreamYard, whichever. And one of the things we have to start seeing is basically trying to do something on the side before you even get to get your CV. Because people say, oh, my CV does not have anything. I don't have any experience. How do I even get to tell somebody that I don't have experience? One of the ladies who's going to present, Debbie was mentioned by Philip, and she did an internship some time back at ICT Authority. Do you know how she got a position with CyberGuard? You guys are not going to believe it. Instagram. Just a DM. Fraser Kilonzo, who is my right-hand man, she is somewhere around. Fraser, if I'm not at a presentation, Fraser has represented me. If I'm not in the boardroom, Fraser is there. And I'm talking boardrooms with very high-profile people. Do you know how it started? DM. A lot of people started from the Instagram DMs, and that because of one thing that makes them different, because I give the same test to everybody. Go research and come back. Research about cybersecurity, career path, I don't know. I want you to get confused and come back. And then I can tell you, okay, this is where you're wrong. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kind of thing you want to do. And there's somebody I met the other day at the car park. Who was it? Where is she? Can't remember. No, not you. Even you. She's part of the Cyber Girls program. It's a lady I met at the car park, and I was like, actually I drove into the supermarket, and I told her, oh, you've parked badly. Both of us could have fit here. So can you just move a bit? And she came, oh, there you are. Then she came to me and just like, oh, can we talk? And we had a conversation. Then I sent her an assignment to go research about the space before even paying for a course, and she came back to me with ABCD list. That attitude is the kind of attitude that we get to see. That's the kind of attitude we get to see that I can support you now on your next journey of cybersecurity. Whether you're starting from scratch, whether you're in finance, you want to move to cybersecurity, or you're something else that you want to get in cybersecurity. So getting to understand and doing your own research at the beginning is the first step. I don't know what you think, Umran.
No, I think this is great, Bright, and I just wanted to say I echo everything you said. Let me just talk about my own experience. I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I think I learned a lot from Kevin and Fraser today about the domain. But speaking from sort of Canada's perspective, I think people are people in many places have similar challenges. But I think what Bright, you're focusing on in terms of soft skills, yes, I think is such a critical piece. I think it's very easy to get the technical acumen in classrooms and in lectures, but we have the same issue in Canada as well. We have people who are really bright, very disciplined, are technically, just superb, but it's the soft skills that hold them back, whether it's communications, whether it is your own brand presence, whether it's your ability to network and connect, whether it's your ability to influence mentors to kind of understand what your career pathway what you want it to be. Those are the things that people don't take the time to focus on, and I think make the absolute difference between you getting employed and not employed. I just want to share a statistic. I was looking this up. Global job vacancies in the cybersecurity domain grew from 1 million in 2013 to 3.5 million vacancies in 2021. That represents a 350% jump in cybersecurity vacancies. So there are jobs out there, but who gets to get those jobs? Who gets represented in the domain? I think that's where the challenges are. The World Economic Forum tells us after global warming, cybersecurity threats are the biggest challenges we're going to face. So, this is exciting for me. As I said in the morning, you guys are Kenya's future. And as we think about, how we shape the narrative around representation in tech, representation of an inclusive labor force, that has international mobility, not just within Kenya, but across East Africa, across COMESA, across the continent, across the world. It is very important that you equip yourselves with not just the technical skills that we went through with the MITRE attack frameworks and all of that, but also with the soft skills. And I think that's going to be perhaps something that we can talk about, right, in terms of how do we complement existing training regimes on the technical side, but more on the soft skills side, which I think will make a big difference. And especially, you know, there's another British Council report that came out of Kenya through the Next Generation Task Force that said 87% of Kenyan youth want to stay in Kenya and do the work, which is amazing, which I think is brilliant. And 38% said if they have the option, they'd like to go abroad. So as we think about international labor mobility and going abroad, especially as we think about going across different cultures, I think your communication skills, your ability to relate to people, and the ability ultimately to advocate for yourself and your careers are going to be very important. So I'm really glad that you met Fraser through a DM. I think that's how, you know, people seem to think that there is this mysterious pathway sometimes. How does somebody become a CISO? How do they become a CTO? Sometimes it's more art than science. So you should learn the science, but learn the art as well.
And there's this misconception that you have to be 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old to become a CISO or to be able to speak the CISO language. I don't know where Fraser is hiding somewhere. Where Fraser? You don't have to. It took only 1 year for Fraser to change from point A to point Z, to say. And that's because of attitude. Now, when it comes to this job market, a lot of people are questioning, how much do I get paid? And you need to understand that when people quote, or you see those videos on Instagram where it talks about people getting jobs of 100,000, 200,000, and they've only done a 1 year course in cybersecurity in the States, you're forgetting that this person lives in Manhattan. And a bedsitter, not even a bedsitter, bedsitter is even too big. Half a bedsitter in Manhattan is $1,200. And that's the cheapest house. I was calling Fraser. I'm using that as an example. So I was saying it took him just 1 year for that to happen. And the other day, what's the boardroom conversation you had the other day? I told you I wasn't coming. And he was like, what did you mean you're not coming? I was just explaining to them who you met in that boardroom.
One of the biggest organizations in Kenya. No, not even in Kenya, globally. Manu Chandaria was there, seated right across me, looking at me.
If I was to go back to the messages, he kept on texting me, what do you mean you're not coming? And I'm like, look, I'm also going for another meeting. You will do this presentation. He's like, he's always the one either outside the room or just next to me, and he keeps quiet. This time, he had to speak. And this all started from the DM, and then I went to ZTech University College, and Fraser was outside my car. He's like, I'm not leaving you. I'm following you. Wherever you're going, I am going. So I said, who's this guy? You know, fast forward to that, a year after that conversation, and that day, you know, I was being shown everywhere at ZTech. I was giving the VIP, you know, those VIP moments, so everyone is walking with their bags. It was nice. It felt really good. A year later, I was going to Mombasa for a presentation. I was being called 2 days before, how do you call it? It was one of those conferences, workshop at ZTech. And I said, I'll send somebody. Then, are you sure this guy is good? I'm like, but if you're telling me, the expert, quote unquote, to speak, and I said I'm sending somebody, that person has to be good, right? Or that person reflects me. So I sent Fraser. Hey, Fraser went to put on the best kaftans. So if you don't know, kaftans are one of those outfits. Because he started ordering kaftans from Ghana. Guy wears kaftans and is like, he started sending me the pictures. It's like, you can't believe it. I got the VIP. So it's kind of nice to see. And the reason why I'm saying this story is because you can move from 0 to 100 in less than a year. Most of the people in CyberGuard are below 20 years old, or 22, 23. And I said, if I have all the money I can get on with the jobs, we'll be able to create more positions. And that's something Kumaran and I were trying to discuss. And also to discuss with USIU, how can we create that avenue that we get more people to be trained? We have so much work to be done. And Philip Rode will tell you, there's a lot of work to be done, both in government, both in the private sector. There's so much work to be done that we need more people to be skilled and be trained to become the expert. And that will only start with your attitude changing. That will only start with you taking a chance on a job or two, even for free, because some of the jobs we used to do back in the day, we never charged for them. Then later the client is like, hey, whatever you've done, we need more of you. We need more like-minded. And it's just because somebody can handhold you to move to the point. I'm not saying we are the only experts in this room. There are so many. There's one right here in front of you. There's one right here. When it comes to governance, risk, and compliance, I always make one phone call. Mercy. And she's going to speak after this, so you'll hear. There's so many others. Network. Talk to them. Let them share their ideas. I don't think I have all the hours in the world to be able to give. So,
can I just add something
Yes.
very quickly, Bright? That was a great story, Fraser, that you sat across the table from Manu Chandaria. Of course, the Chandaria family is well known in Kenya, but I want to bring it back to a Canadian connection. I think that the Chandaria family has, I think, a 100-year history in Kenya,
Yep.
but they have a 50-year history in Canada. So I was actually, my colleague, by the way, is here as well, Anawa Kwarku. She's our director of strategy. Is far smarter than me. So if you don't get a chance to talk to me, please talk to Anawa. She is from Kenya, originally from Ghana, but from Ghana. Shout outs here because Bright's here. But she spends her time between Kenya and Canada. And if you have any questions, reach out to her. But we were at a business conference and we had a chance to meet with Sunil Chandaria. And the reason I bring up that Canadian connection is because of the question you started with in terms of salaries and compensation for getting into the space. In 2021, Canadian companies spent almost $10 billion in preventing cyber attacks. So, we go back to what Kevin and Fraser was talking about, the cost-benefit analysis. It is far easier for Canadian companies to invest in human resources than having to always spend on tools to prevent cyber attacks, right? So the other point about this is, I have to do more research and Bright's advice in terms of where the salaries are in terms of the cybersecurity domain in Kenya. But as you improve and Kenya becomes a hotbed of activities, the salaries are going to rise, right? And then which is going to be very important as we think, especially coming back to our families, the way we come from this part of the world in terms of economic prosperity for our communities, right? So yours, I don't want to, I'm 42, I'm already too old to be in this room. Thank you, Bright, for letting me be in this room. But I think you guys have so much ahead of you. And with that future comes a great deal of responsibility. And it's not just about protecting your company from cyber attacks and growing your own professional career, but it's also the impact that kind of economic opportunity brings to your families, to your neighborhoods, and to your communities, to our families, to our neighborhoods and our communities. So this is it's a multi-faceted kind of situation we are in, but I'm just so excited for all of you, and I'm really excited to see where this journey of Kenya and Kenyan youth in cybersecurity is going to take us in the next decade.
So I think, I would like to open to the floor to just ask questions. It doesn't have to be technical. It can be anything when it comes to...
Please not technical.
Yeah, not technical. Technical I can handle, but when it comes to the soft skills and the other parts of things, I want to open it up to you to ask questions. Mic is open. And I know you come say hello after we finish. Hands, you have no questions? Oh, up there.
Well, thank you. I'm Isaac. Actually, it's more of a request, not a question. Can I get a job from you?
So there are some tests that we get to do. So we'll have a conversation. You never know. Some people fit into our line of work so easily. Sometimes I could refer you to someone else. Like right now, I'm hiring for a company. They have 11,000 employees. And the cybersecurity team it's not that a lot. I was even telling my friend, I'm like, can I put you? Because I need you in that company, right? That's the kind of, we just start right outside. So we can have a conversation, getting to know what you do. If it fits the profile, fine. If it's available, why not? And that's something Kumar and I we're trying to do to see, can we set up a partnership that will do more training? After that training, they also get to stay with us. We get to give you that soft skill, give you environment that you can practice real world cybersecurity kind of work. Then we also get to work with organizations to see how we can distribute the skills. Because right now, I don't think there's any one-stop shop for cybersecurity skill set. And every now and then, I'm always being asked, share CVs. I have a folder. Always sharing CVs out for software developers, for project managers, for cybersecurity experts in different domains. But I think, I'm like, I keep on doing this, I'm not even being paid for it. I'd love to be paid for it though. Anyway, the thing is to give avenue for a lot of people to be able to say, we have this number of skill set, these people are really good ABCD, they can be deployed into various programs or in organizations who need them. And it should be very easy for us to be able to do that.
I think that's very interesting, Brad, because just to go back to the gentleman's question, like once again, some data points for you guys to consider, and I'm going to make it about Canada again, my apologies. Last year alone, we had about 25,000 vacancies in the cybersecurity domain alone in Canada. 1 in 6 cybersecurity jobs in Canada still go unfulfilled. What I'm telling you with that is that is of course an implied opportunity for immigration as cybersecurity workers into Canada. But I think what Bright is sharing is very important because Canadian companies are also thinking of like if they don't need to necessarily have people stay in Canada and work, that some of those jobs can be nearshored to Kenya. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get paid in Kenyan shillings. It could be in Canadian dollars. But I think the world of the future or the future of work is you should be able to work from anywhere, right? So some of that 25,000 jobs vacancies, not all of that is going to be done by Canadians. So as we think about how we can come up with an aggressive strategy that can help build that bridge between governments to have this conversation about deployment and international labor mobility in the cybersecurity domain, that'll be a very interesting conversation to have for sure, Bright.
Yeah, and it's great. I asked the caller Noah to come on stage. This is what I wanted him to see. I said, I want you to come see how vibrant the community is. I want you to see that we're having this masterclass. Can you please come see how vibrant the Kenyan space when it comes to cybersecurity? Because I wanted to take that information back. I hope in the next 1 or 2 months, we might just have our own cybersecurity courses being done, and in a way, it will be so intense and aggressive in a way that you guys will be able to have a different feel of how cybersecurity gets to be trained. I've been seeing a lot of courses. I've gone through so many certification courses. I've not been certified in some of them, but I can see there are gaps, right? The gaps is having real live cases, having way for you to be able to actually practice cybersecurity in the right way. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Anua Kwarku. I work with Kumaran, and I'd say similar to Bright, I call Kenya home, but I have a Ghanaian background. So I'll just say a few words. I'm not sure what to say. But it's really nice to be here and see so many people in the room. And I'll give a huge shout out to the women in the room. Also to the men, but I think seeing a room of women interested in cybersecurity is so encouraging for me. When I was in high school, I was a coder. I was super interested in technology, and girls didn't do computers, so I ended up going into journalism. But I'm still a huge nerd about technology. So being able to see folks in the room where, if you're passionate about doing tech work, if you're passionate about doing cyber, you can actually be in this space is super important. So yeah, I think I'm really inspired by that. And yeah, cyber is a big deal. Like you heard about it all morning. I was watching on the live stream. But I think one of the things to think about too is there's lots of ways to get into this field. So obviously if you're a technical person, it's really helpful to be able to do pen tests and to do all of those kind of things to be able to determine what your threat, what the threat landscape looks like. But I also always challenge people, think about other ways that you can get into the space, right? In a previous iteration of my career, I used to do, I guess, at the subnational level, where I looked at cybersecurity threats and their implications on democracy, which is kind of nerdy, but you start to really think about how cyber can be used as a weapon, and what that means at a national scale, at an international scale, what that means for elections. So my imploration to you would be, think differently about it. If you're I'm not really a huge technical person, or I don't really want to get that certification, think about what's another way that you could get into that space. Get in there, and then you can get all of the other things around it that you want. So anyway, I'm around in a very bright yellow jacket and pants. So if you have any questions, feel free to come and ask. Asante.
Thank you so much. All right, so if you don't have any other questions, I think we are still around. Oh, two questions. All right.
So my question was, how many subsets of cybersecurity that do exist? Because it seems like there's so many. There's penetration testing, there's analysts.
Yeah.
So
all
is
right.
there like a summary?
Yes, I will answer that soon. Here? I can see, I'll just take all of them at once.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Okay, my name is Dominic. I have a question for you, Bright. Okay, if I'm starting over into the journey of cybersecurity, how long will it take me to get to 5 years ahead of time, like from now? Like I have to start over now. How long will I take?
Good question. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, morning everyone. So mine is a bit, I have one request, a question, and to tell something about myself.
Okay, can we keep it short because
sure.
of time, please?
So the first one is that anyone from northern part of Kenya? Yeah, sure. So when I came here first to do my degree, I didn't have any idea of what actually cybersec is and what is any career in tech. You know, the one we had is at CETEC Mara Africa. I guess you remember. Web3.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So from that day, I told you that I'm starting something on cybersec.
Yeah,
that's where I kicked off my career.
I remember
From that day, I had to build myself, do different tasks, soft skills, everything. And now I'm glad that I'm on internship at one of the best Indian startups in cybersec.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's the journey that I came to do. So you said that most of those guys are young, so I'm sure they are young also because I have some workmates there. So that's something that about myself. So the second question is the first question that I'm asking is that at my role currently now as an intern, I'm a kind of cybersecurity analyst and cybersecurity engineer because I have to do the web application testing. I have to do the GRC part of the cybersec. I have to do the vulnerability assessment, provide recommendations on mitigations. I think those are different tasks for cybersec analyst and cybersecurity engineer.
Yeah.
So I want you to clarify for me that which route is best for me, like as a cybersecurity analyst or maybe cybersecurity engineer, because I prefer the technical part, the one of web application testing, those stuffs.
All right.
Those things are cool.
Okay.
So my request is that maybe if you sometimes back I contacted you. Actually, I contact everyone, systems, Dr. Irujela, COVID Stavili, everyone. That I tell them, yeah, you guys are good guys. So just refer me some certain jobs that I can make live on them permanent. So I was requesting maybe if you have those kind of, maybe you can refer me to some people. Maybe I can join the cyber guard. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. And it's really nice to hear that. Maybe I can answer those three questions at once quickly. So you cannot be a technical person forever. And I used to tell myself that I'm a techie. Back in the day, when KCB started the first USSD program. I don't know if you know that. And when KCB started at that time, I used to be the one always running there. I want to stay in the server room. I want to stay overnight. I want to do DR testing. I used to be the one to plan. And I thought I'd be the guy to do all the hacking every day. And my boss told me you can never be a technical person forever. I still do technical work, but guess what? You cannot be doing that forever. That means you have to become a manager to train other people, to manage works and everything. So you have to basically get to start seeing how to level up. Keep doing the technical stuff. I know you love it. You want to do that all the time. My very good friend Seth here can tell you the same thing. But at a point in time, has to be start managing. Seth manages anything network testing in our team. I cannot give that to anybody to do. However, just piggybacking that to the next question, Seth, I started cybersecurity before Seth Moabi, this guy who's right in front of you here. But right now, I cannot do half of the network pen test as good as him, for a fact. Straight fact. If you give him a job to do in 2 weeks, he finishes in 2 days. That's a fact. Is he good at other pen tests? Yes. Mobile, web, name it. Reverse engineering, he'll do it. Network pen tests, I usually say he's the best. I flawlessly. Him and the other teams. And now he has to help. He leads the 3 or 4 others who are to do pen tests and everything. Like we have some of the jobs that we did recently. He's really, really good at that. However, you can be ahead of another person those 5 years or 2 years just by being able to actually focus on some of the things you do. So he's network pen test, but I can see a flaw or two and say, why didn't you test this? Where is the result from this? What's the post-exploitation methodology have you done? How did you use the results that you found in the testing that you've done in being able to attack other networks and everything? So experience gets you that, but you have to do a lot more. The easiest way to get there is a lot of practice. There are so many labs out there. ValHub, TryHackMe, Hack the Box, name it, TCM. Those labs can help you to be able to see various scenarios. And CTF Room, which is Kenyan-based, has a lot of those labs. I'm very sure CTF Room might be able to do that, make it public very soon, to make sure that you can actually practice some of those real-life scenarios of multiple kind of domains, of environments that we see out there. So the easiest way is more practice, and you're able to get that. You asked about various roles in cybersecurity. There are people who are in cybersecurity, like Mercy, doesn't like technical stuff. She will not go type commands on Linux or whatever it is. But you ask her about cybersecurity, governance, privacy, and law. She will give you the breakdown very well. That's a job area. The people who are like cloud security, and they're very good at cloud, but they will not do a network pen test. They're not the best. So you can't be everything. So there's also technical writing. There are people who are actually technical writers. Back in the day, I used to write for the UN. It's called Africa Renewal. And guess what? I used to be paid 50 shillings for word. I feel that's 100 shillings. How many of you would not do that job? I used to wake up 3 in the morning. I'm like, I feel like I should write about child online protection. I got my $1,000. Nice and easy. Trust me, I used to be so comfortable with that. And that's a job. So technical writing is there. There's governance. They can actually become the cybersecurity auditors. Auditors can now go through processes and controls, and that's it. But there are so many jobs. If you search cybersecurity roles, you'll see so many of them online. I know because of time, I'm still around for the whole day. We are all around so that we can actually save on time. I believe we can have to get to talk out there, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, why don't you appreciate this duo? Dr. Bright, I'm starting to think maybe in the next future presentations, we should just make it random. Wasn't this one fun? It was? Yeah? One more time, help me appreciate them. And appreciate Dr. Have you seen her swag? Eesh, she looks nice. Thank you for gracing us with your visit. So I want us to very quickly get up, take a health break for about 20 minutes. If you need to stretch, you can do so. If you need to pick that call, close a deal, do that. If you spotted a beautiful girl and you said, I must say hi to her, now is a good time to do that, yeah? So the time is 11:53. Can we agree to be back seated at 12:15? Can we do that? So that we come back and have 2 presentations on internet governance and data protection and re-engineering of cloud for future security. So please enjoy your health break. We'll be back at 12:15. Thank you.
Isabella, how you gonna come out and dance with me tonight? The stars look beautiful outside, so beautiful. Tell your mama I said sorry, I didn't bring you home early last time, and I was a little tipsy. I know she doesn't miss me, so put on those shoes that I like, and we'll go and dance the night away, yeah. Because YOLO, you only live once, so, and me, I wanna have some fun. Punja mifupa kama meno iko, up and away we go, and spend all my money on you, baby, cause I can't take it with me when I'm dead, so tonight, we are young, high, and in love. Uko na tabia za kupendeza roho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho, sauti yako nikisikia pia natulia, yani pumzi ya hasira nazo, urembo wako ulininasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho, za moyoni umekwamia, siwezi kutania, ndio unipunguzie mawazo. And I feel you in my air when I breathe, I see you in my dreams when I sleep. You're the one I've been waiting for all my life. Deep down in my heart I believe, unanifeel na kufeel ni real. The one I've been waiting for all my life. Sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakuiga wendo mama yao, ni wewe nachagua, sisemi nao, sisemi oh baby uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakuiga wendo mama yao, ni wewe nachagua, sisemi oh, sisemi oh, sisemi.
Shots everyone inside right now. Yeah. From this morning, yeah? This morning we are high. This morning we are in love, if you know. Come on. People got one. Sisi ni wale, come on. Wake up, wake up, wake up. One time, two time right now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, hey.
Sisi ni wale tuliosaidiwa na Mungu. Sisi ndo wale tuliobarikiwa na Baba. Sisi ndo wale tuliosaidiwa na Mungu. Sisi ndo wale tuliobarikiwa na Baba. Sina hela, sina pesa, sina doo, sina nyumba, sina gari, sina roho. Kila kukikucha ninawaza kesho, tapiga moyo konde nitafika hapo. Wanaokudharau leo wataku that is the African beauty. Kwa jirani, kwani ni vita ama ni raha gani? Wengine nasema wengine nasema kwani mapenzi imegeuzwa kwa kumfuna vile kwangu kuna bo. Nasikiza mafranco, hip route itanifanya niwe ho. Action night, watoto walale by night, nikudunge vaccine, leo movie ni ya Shaolin.
Sing loud if you know, let's go, say.
Vita vya kikumfu.
Ziki Santuri, I like it go right now, hey.
Okelo mano kung fu, kung fu. Elemena kung fu, kung fu. Wai mama, wai mama. Unazunguka kama nyoka, anakonda. Wai mama, wai mama. Unateleza kama mrenda, lakini nimependa, kisipenda. Vile napenda mix ya kwela na kienyeji vibes. Nikugeuza, osherisa makeliwi kwa tonight. Ufike kwangu by night, nimetema taxi. Vita vya kikumfu, utangaze drama. Vita vya kijinku, kabla Chileze mgongo takukanda. Tumefungana pingu, pingu. Nyingine kwa kitanda. Okelo mano kung fu, kung fu. Asuda bado kung fu. Bila hakuna time za kuremember. Na time ya kuremember ndo takuwa nayo pekee. Bila love hakuna mali tunaenda. Show me love and never show anything else. Easy moment nataka zi last forever. Every moment tuko nayo tutole. Kani riba sitakuwa kukila wewe. Tafurahia tu zaidi kajana kulirain. Ridhisha moyo wai. Usiulize why, oh why, oh why. Go in the mix with the best enjoy. That's all I want. Crush in the mix. Go in the mix with the best. Grouchy. That's all I want. Oh no, bila sawa ina fly. Bila sawa ina fly. Oh no, bila sawa ina fly. Bila sawa ina fly. Fly. Bila sawa ina fly. Hata sema, bila ina fly. Hata sema. Magiwa nyumbani, I could change your life. Visha pete yako aki, you could be my wife. Magiwa nyumbani, we could be so nice. And be a Buddha, I could make you shika kama vice. Strain out for some time, fall. Rewind up some baby, we just crawl. Auntie, I can't be a cool ball. Keep your wife fall, wish it to be done. Strain out for some time, fall. Rewind up some baby, we just crawl. Auntie, I can't be a cool ball. Keep your wife fall, wish it to be done. Magiwa nyumbani, you know you changed my life. Give me body, liquor, girl, I put the hoes on ice. Magiwa nyumbani, tell me what's your price. I can make it rain, oh baby, I can roll the dice. Magiwa nyumbani, ushanipandisha moyo, ukanipandisha baby, baby, ulinitoa kwa soko. Magiwa nyumbani, I never quit smoking for you, but you know I'm gon' be loyal. You know I'm gon' be loyal. Una rola ndogo ni makao, ongeza nyama njeri si pilau. Siku za kusota we sahau. I'm always on the go, but I never let you go, baby. When I put the time, falling. Be mine, I'll listen, baby, we just crawling. Auntie, I can't be a cool baller. Keep the white collar, wish it to be darling. When I put the time, falling. Be mine, I'll listen, baby, we just crawling. Auntie, I can't be a cool baller. Keep the white collar, wish it to be darling. Smoke up some more, buddy. Oh, don't you know life is a test? Na kila mtu twana yes. Ongeza pia jaba kwa wale wanaosinzia. Leta ketepa ikiwa fresh. Mabati leo highway. I'm feeling blessed. Bashi meja tunawaresh. On the menu they're serving next. Just for your leonie and a rest. Kele adex. Ikianguka usivex. Ngojea tena kemex. Usishi maisha na regret. Sina pupa yele. Cheza mziki pole pole kuma yele. Virumba mziki wa kipekee. Kila mtu na wake jitetee. Sina pupa yele. Cheza mziki pole pole kuma yele. Virumba mziki wa kipekee. Kila mtu na wake jitetee. Hey shore, what the definition ya mtoto ameiva? Kwanza ukioyo mafuta session ya kuiva. Alafu pige shoti mbili za tequila. Oh yo yo, me wanna spoil you. I break the band baby for you. Get a Bugatti baby for you. Tupige laps ya kibasu. I adore you. I've got a lot left for you. My heart is only racing for you. I'm gonna bend the rules for you, baby. Antisanya loketi, antiselo yera yera kimi gomono, antiselo yengi mandoro rokendi, antiselo baby mama yao ande baba yao, antiselo antisanya loketi, antiselo yera yera kimi gomono, antiselo yengi mandoro rokendi, antiselo baby mama yao ande. Yes, bro. Just a kambide nyange kuti.
Hello baby, shika simu, kuna news fulani. Najua kwamba huna habari, la kwanza fahamu na kuja nyumbani. Leo nimelandwa line na kam ni serious so utani. Nasikia kuna jamba, baby relax, ebonza kuchoma ubani. Naleta harufu fulani, nafanya mimi nakutamani. Dipenzi na feel kwa ndani, ifika nimechi ugani. Yani hani distress boga ni majani, kuite hani wani mebeba mando ya chwani. Weni ruhusu sinusu baby nakuja nikupe mabusu. Mi wanatembea na silaha butu, wacha waseme ndo mimi subutu. Mimi nikipenda napenda kwa dhati, so you man kama utawi na kubali basi a baby, alafu kupacha nasema sitaki. Kama ni tawi na kubali basi a baby, alafu kupacha nasema sitaki. A baby
navutishwa, navutishwa, ushibia napoteziwa, navutishwa, navutishwa, neshika mapaka nalishwa, navutishwa, navutishwa, haya mapenzi sijalipishwa, navutishwa, navutishwa, mama. Navutishwa, navutishwa, mama. So si delivery, pombe kemikali, mapenzi halali, mapenzi legend. Nilikwanga silali, hapo awali Kanairo hakuna amani. Hakuchi on fire, can't deny. Miguu zake unzunguka kama tire. Akibend over, ni game over. Ngana sasi mpaka naitisha sasa. Na kulishwa matamu ya roho. Na ogeshwa oh mama. Ngoda mbichi na valishwa kidogo tu ninyonyeshwe. Dread zangu zisokotwe. Shingo ni masajiwe. Nasalifiwa, naroliwa, kisha navutishwa. Navutishwa, navutishwa, moshi pia napoteziwa. Navutishwa, navutishwa, neshika mapaka nalishwa. Navutishwa, navutishwa, haya mapenzi sijalipishwa. Navutishwa, navutishwa, Sebo, fungulia TV uone vijana wako wakifanya mambo ndani ya mitambo mama. Sauti tamu kwenye redio, nimefika hapa juu ya maombi yako. Hata kama sijafika niendako, I know I'm on my way. Napenda ukitabasama, I hope I make you even prouder. Now zidishiwe after uone nikibuka powder. As I get older, lean on my shoulder. Umenifunza mengi, I remember when you told me don't you let nobody ever change who you are. Keep running hata nikianguka, straight out of heaven malaika. Upendo wako haujawahi badilika. You say take your time, while you always in a hurry. Be a star, let it shine, tell your story.
Voices.
But then you should.
Yo, I said voices. I want to hear voices sing this right now. Alright, come on.
I'm gonna come to the world with my guitar. Nabado, mama, najua siku moja nitakuwa star.
I will be your star. If I'm listening, yeah? I speak greatness, in whatever you do, yes, you do. Joanny Star, sour. Come on. Hey. Already. Life si fair already. Tukikompare kwenda uni au kwa millionaire na dread, utajiambia hii moja ikui. Passion haitaipesi, uache ball utaikuwa Messi, hata ujitolea iwezi. So niambie ni kasi madream, awali ingeonaje mapenzi na unapimaje wazimu, kujua dream yangu ni crazy. Just needed someone to believe in me. I'm living to be more than just another boring eulogy. That's when you talk a bila kwacha jina, you'll remember me. My name will live forever. May our memories together be as nice as sunny weather days. Like your energy, I'm grateful and I'm proud of me. Siamini nacha legacy. Vile meli nenda ni kama ndivyo ilifaa kwenda na kasi, hivyo basi meli ingezama. Vile meli nenda ni kama ndivyo ilifaa kwenda na kasi, hivyo basi meli ingezama. I'm gonna conquer the world with my guitar. Na bado, mama, najua siku moja nitakuwa star. Na bado, I will be your star. Usiku wote umelala, mashida ukiwaza, chuki umekutaza, matendo ya wengine kwako nayo ya kukataza, kuishi vyema kwa raha. Funga macho weongea na Mola, umweleze nini kitakutoa kwenye mtego uliokushika. Ni baba yako pia rafiki yako. Never put a scissor upon your natty dreadlocks. Babylon these are creating so much tension. Oh, get us through all this operation. So much tension, oppression in the nation. Still we go strong, the judge dedication. Get all you confused, oh, this drug abusing. Please judge help them, their mind them are losing. Now we are here, together we are playing. A chameleon digging for your deeper roots. On the publication, fighting for ritual truth. With an intervention from the one who gave the youth. No education, no more suffering, no more struggling. Hey, I get your youth. No more suffering, no more struggling. Hey, I get your youth, no more suffering. When I wake up early in the morning, kuna watu hatari wenye mapenzi zenye serikali, letu nalo linajua kali, penzi letu serikali, wajua na kupenda malaika.
wakaja na madrama, sinema zetu ni telenovela wakasunda mizinga, hawakujua situko mavela wakaita polisi, kumbe polisi pia ni shabiki wakaficha msosi, wakatupata na dishi mezani kila kona yoyo walifunga milango, wakatupata tuko ndani ndao, wakaita makanjo, kumbe ni sisi huwalipa sala wapao, wakazima mitambo, shabiki wakabaki kwenye denzo, nani wefuzu kwao, tunaongoza wanafuata nyayo when I see you, it's honor in your eyes, and I'll know when I hear your voice. But clearly, this is my choice. I'll be there when you're dreaming. Nitalala by your side, and I'll know when I see your face. Well, clearly, this is my place. When you say nakupenda, I feel it. When you say tunaweza, I believe it. And if tuko pamoja, baby, will you say milele, sema milele, tafadhali, sema milele, baby, usijali, and if tuko pamoja, baby.
So I'm millennial for sure. You plug someone right now, so come on, now sing it.
When you tell me, it's in your voice, and I'll know when I hear you sing.
It's a vibe we on this morning, so Quelly.
This is my choice.
Well, these are my jumps for sure.
I feel it when you say tunaweza, I believe it. And if tuko pamoja, baby, won't you say milele, sema milele.
All right, if you're outside, now is a good time to get back in. You want to continue with our next presentation. All right, as people are getting in, I want us to do a small activity before we get started. Could you all be upstanding? Please, let's stand. I'm sorry, I have to ask you to put your laptop away. Just stand. Please stand. And I need you to stand and be in pairs, right? So I need you to be in pairs. Make sure that you're standing with somebody. Thank you for standing. Thank you guys for standing. Thank you, Asante Sana. Gosh, this means so much to me. You have no idea. Thank you for standing. And please make sure that you're in pairs because this activity will require you to participate. Uncle Mameni to Asante. Will require you to participate in pairs, okay? So please face the person, face your pair. It's okay, you can put distance. There's no need for contact, okay? I want you to play a game. It's called question versus question, okay? So I need you to ask your partner a question, and then they ask you back a question, you ask a question. The aim of the game is not to answer the question they're asking you, okay? If they answer the question, they have failed. It's supposed to be question versus question, right? Can you do a tries X? Right, go. I'm telling you, there's an urge to just answer a question, right? Let's scratch it off. Let's start it one more time officially now, okay? Question versus question. Let's go. All right then, Aya, next activity you're going to do with your partner, please listen carefully. I'm taking you back to nursery school. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, okay? So you'll take turns counting 1, 2, 3 on the loop. So 1, Brian, come. So just on a loop too, itakawana. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brother. 1, 2, 3 on a loop.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
3.
3 actually comes after 2. All right.
Maybe that's
You get it? You get it? Let's try. Let's try it out. All right, do we get it? Tumeipata? Let's do it on a loop, okay? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That way. Now do it to the person who you're next to. Come on. If you don't have a partner, just go to someone who's standing as awkwardly as you are and just say hi. 1. And you continue. All right, let's make it a bit more interesting, okay? We're going to replace 1 with a single clap, okay? We're going to replace 1 with a single clap. So instead of 1, you don't say 1, you just give a single clap, and then 2, and then 3, and then a single clap. Brian, you ready?
Yes.
Let's go. 2,
3, 2,
3.
It's that simple, guys. I mean, it's okay. Just do it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm telling you. The people too. 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's make it more interesting. We say they're replacing 1 with a single clap, right?
Yeah.
All right, so 2, you better find some space. Just a gentle jump. So it's going to look like a clap, a jump, 3, okay? Yeah. Remember, you're alternating, okay? Go.
3. Hey, no, try it. Why are you looking at us? Try it. We need to see you guys jumping.
Next to you, please.
No, you can't do this, bro.
All right, the final challenge, we are replacing one with a single clap. You're making two a single jump, yeah? Now, please listen. The third one, I know they can't, but just try and scare the person next to you, okay? You try and scare the person next to you, okay? So to look like something like, amake, ma, or something, okay? Now try to the person next to you. Badala ya kushtuka anacheka.
You're not scary.
All right, so we have your seats. You have this.
Scare your lip.
All right, are you having a good day so far? All right, we have two more presentations before we go out for lunch. The next presentation is an interesting one because we're going to be talking about internet governance and data protection, and this is handled by none other than Masi Mutemi and Stacy Alwanga. Please put your hands together, help me invite to stage Masi Mutemi and Stacy Alwanga.
Hello, everyone. If you're a techie and you know it, raise your hands. Yay. Okay. Masi Mutemi is my name. I'll get a little bit into what I do and how come I'm here. But let me introduce the wonderful Stacy. Please say your name.
Hi, my name is Stacy Alwanga, and I'll be covering data protection today.
Okay, so we'll go through internet governance, and then I'll rope in Stacy later on to talk about data protection. Very boring things, right? Okay. So, how many non-techies in the room? Non-techies? Oh, okay. We have a good number. All right. My field is law, actually. I'm a lawyer. Mimi ni wakili. At which point when I tell techies that, they lose interest. Like, interest just drops very considerably. But give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. My field is internet governance. The kinds of cases I take on, I litigate, which means going to court. I do advisory work. I do parliament interventions. But the kind of work I do, the best way to describe it is, you see that corner where the law meets the internet? That corner over there, that's where you might find me and my firm. And that's where we, that's the law we practice, not just traditional law. So when you hear words like internet governance, what comes to mind? And this is going to be very interactive because I'm not teaching, I'm just trying to open your mind to a different perspective. What comes to you when you say the word internet governance? Like, huh? Sorry? Penalties. Straight to penalization, okay. Can you have, I just want you to imagine a world in which you have a career, the current career you're in currently, without the internet. Does that exist? What would happen if the internet, today, like there's no more internet, what becomes of your career? It's like you're obsolete instantly. So internet governance is just contending with the question of, okay, we have a business that is built on the internet, and we have a trade and a profession that is centered around the internet, but how is that internet governed? And you're tackling some very difficult questions. Who owns the internet? Who owns it? Shout, please. Who? Warren Buffett? Who owns the internet? Huh. You have a thing that is not owned by anyone. Okay, and who runs it? Who runs the internet? Elon Musk, with his billions. Iyo Starlink tu moja, iyo Starlink peke yake, that's the internet. And who calls the shots when it comes to internet? Standards, but who creates those standards? So are we saying the people who create the standards run the internet? And is every part of the internet run by standards? Because you're speaking very like a real techie. Because you're thinking, this code for this and this certification for this. That's how you're thinking. But the internet is much larger than just cybersecurity practice. So who calls the shots when it comes to the internet? Have you ever contended with those questions? Just shout, yeah. Okay, if you say that, and then we go to the US, stock market, and you say, okay, Apple has the largest market share. Are we saying Apple runs the internet and calls the shots? Or Google does, or Amazon does? Does any of them, do they have enough power for you to say they actually own the internet, they run it, and they control it? Yes or no? Literally, that's the question. Oh, you can't see? It's literally a question. Who runs it? Who owns the internet and who runs it? Okay, let me tell you why you need to contend with these questions as a techie. We don't like investing our time and energy in things that 5 years from now, we just won't exist anymore. A lot of you received career advice when you're selecting cybersecurity. And what was the one thing you were told? Why should you go and do cybersec? Marketable, that's the future. Okay, so imagine if it wasn't the future. Imagine 5 years from now, we don't even need your career. Oh, AI has taken over. Actually, we don't need you anymore. And you spend how many years investing in this? So what I find traditionally is like techies operate in a vacuum where you assume the way you found things right now is how they will be forever. And you plan your whole life around that. Practically speaking, things change. Things change a lot, and they change like this because you're exposed to a regulatory environment that is created by people who are not techies. When you hear about, oh, you're actually going to 5G internet, what some MP somewhere hears is cancer. Cancer is coming. Cancer is coming. So between you who understands what 5G is and the cancer schema, who is making the law? Okay, so what's more likely to happen? That you'll get your 5G or like there'll be, a roadblock to the 5G because there's a belief that it's going to cause cancer. It's more likely that you're going to lose out on your 5G because the people who actually practice and the law, they don't speak the same language, and there's no effort from the techies to involve themselves in the policy environment or to even care about the laws that govern them, and no effort to teach the people who actually matter, which are like the MPs and the government, what these things are. So what I hope to achieve by the end of this session is to just pique your interest. This environment that I operate in, why is it the way it is? So I'm going to be asking a lot of questions, just shout from wherever. I'm going to try and get you thinking, like, what could I start doing instead of operating in this tunnel vision where I just sit on my computer 24 hours, break for a Red Bull and come back for more, and just start thinking, when I hear some things, I know those that are threats to my career. These are things that are going to kill my career and I need to get involved in that. Is it showing now? Okay, good. So eventually, you still need to give me an answer to this question. So think about it. Who owns the internet and who runs it and who calls the shots? So a good starting point is for us to think about the infrastructure that enables us to do what we're able to do. So let's play out some scenarios, some what ifs, okay? So a lot of you were not there when the only source of internet was the former telecom, the government provider. A lot of you are not there in that period. So I'm going to try and take you back in time. So imagine today there's no Safaricom, there's no Airtel either, Starlink does not exist, and your only provider is Posta. Posta is the provider of internet, what would that look like to you? The poster you know it as today, that is the only provider of the internet. Shout, what do you think? What do you think like that would do to your work? What do you think the speeds would be first? I'm not hearing people speak. Okay, PLC scenario, you buy bundles, they never arrive. You're in the middle of the heaviest load in your life, and then nothing. And what if, during elections, because you see it's only poster, right? During elections, because we want peace and order, the government says, actually for tonight, to avoid stealing of votes, there's no internet. What does that do to your job? Do you imagine that? So when it comes to the infrastructure of it, what regulates the infrastructure that you enjoy? Right now, you have the freedom to just, Starlink, bring it in, set it up. You have speeds, unimaginable speeds. If this provider bores you tomorrow, you switch to another provider. Okay. But have you been paying attention to what's happening out there in the world where competition is being stifled more and more? So that then we're starting to see the emergence of like a monopoly in the internet infrastructure, where whether the speeds are good or bad, this is the only provider you have, so you stick with them. So what would it look like to enable your environment for competition to be encouraged in that field, so that as a techie, you continue to practice without ever fearing that this space could become smaller, like you could be bound to ridiculous speeds, or one day, it's controlled by the government, Uganda, so controlled by the government that the government can just decide to shut down the internet like this. Okay, what if, we all know about domain names, and this is like small things. If I wanted to get a domain name, like how many minutes max do I need right now? And I can get it from wherever, I can buy it from wherever. I don't have to go through, the Kenyan body. But what if there's a rule that you can't? You can only go to the government, go to Huduma Center, apply for a domain, bring your ID, your PIN, and the copy of your dad's ID to make sure that we know who are these techies and what are they doing. What would that do for your job? Okay? And what if, for example, there's only one root zone and root server, and it's run by the government, and they tell you, actually, we're not even going to comply with rules, the international standards, we have access to everything you're sending out. What does that do to you? Or net neutrality, something as simple as, I don't know if you're aware, but now there's a law that requires Safaricom to take down things that you upload on the internet. But that's from an IP perspective. And it really affects things like net neutrality, which, as a techie, why you benefit from this is nobody should know what you're doing. And that's what protects you. Can you imagine if you coded all night long, and then in the morning you woke up and someone has the exact copy of what you did? Exact copy, because there's no net neutrality. So think about these things, and how can you make sure that you continue protecting that environment within which you operate in? How about security? I think when we think about internet governance, the first thing we think, penalties and these are bad things. But have you imagined a world in which there was no cybersecurity and what that would do for your job? Where there are no rules. Right now, it's good that there's good and bad. There's, white hat hackers, and there's the bad guys. And the bad guys are always being chased out. And you have these things that you're supposed to try and adhere to, these codes you're trying to adhere to protect yourself better. Imagine if none of that existed. And the environment you operate in is, none of what you do is secure, actually. None of what you do can be secured. So you have to, or it could actually be the other way, where everything you do is a crime, where there's overregulation. That, you're doing the most innocent thing, but because, you didn't tell the government what you were doing, or you didn't get the certification, you yourself become persona non grata, you become like an illegality in itself. The funny thing is, those laws already exist, and there's legal frameworks to make sure that anytime we're afraid of what a techie could do, we can always clamp down on them. I'm sure for some of you, that's the first thing you've heard. That's the first time you've heard about such laws. Yet they really, really impact you. So it's to think, how do we always make sure that as professions, we always, when you hear these things out in the public, we follow what's happening out in politics and we plug into that process. And every time someone tries to touch our field, we just speak up and say, this would be very dangerous because 1, 2, 3, and you explain it. There's another basket when it comes to internet governance that you really have to think about. And let's talk about now the legal stuff. There's a sense in which we feel like we don't have to pay attention to the legal stuff until we're in trouble. So what that usually looks like is, if you're employed, for example, in a company setting or a consultant setting, the first time you meet a lawyer, the company lawyer, is when you're in trouble. You never meet them before that. And 2 problems. The lawyer you're meeting needs like 6 months to understand what you're trying to tell them. Because to you, it's very clear in your head what went wrong, what could have happened. It's very clear in your head. But the lawyer, this is the first time they're even hearing about what you're talking about. So we never try to incorporate the legal aspects into what we practice. And what has ended up looking like, for example, from a litigation perspective, a lot of techies end up losing cases that they clearly should have won, just because the lawyer couldn't present the case well. And how could they? They don't understand what you were doing, right? So is it possible to reimagine a practice where you don't look at the legal aspects of compliance as inasumbua, but rather, I need to protect myself from the beginning? Let me give an example. How many here have created, let's say, software for something, for a company, even for yourself, for your own entertainment? How many here have created something? Those created. Just raise your hands. This is something to be proud of. Okay. Of those who raised their hands, how many of you have, for example, a corporate certificate for that thing that you created? Okay. And the numbers drop. So what then, what's your plan? Like tomorrow, if you wake up and you see that that's the thing that is trending online, someone else has done it exactly the same way and is making a lot of money from it. What's your plan? Depression. Because, I mean, maybe you spend like 6 years trying to crack that thing and it really kusumbua. You just showed your one best friend who you really, really trust, and that best friend just left their computer on. That was the only mistake. They just left their computer on and someone was listening, and then it's gone. What's the plan, right? And that's the point at which you come to me and tell me, you know, this was my idea. And this is, now you want me to help you. Okay, I can't because the law does not protect ideas, it protects expressions of ideas. So it's to think from the beginning, like the moment I developed things, think about like the big techs of this world. If you're ever interested about how to monetize what you do, I think it would be good for you there's a course, it's called The Law and Economics of Social Media Giants. It's a very good primary knowledge source. It tells you that the thing you do, which is the actual, applying your mind and, code and all, that doesn't make anybody any money. At most, it's salary. It gives you a salary and that's it, and you go home. The thing that makes people money is intellectual property. It's the licenses, it's the patents. That's what makes people money. That's what's made anyone anything. That's what the Amazons of this world, the Googles, that's what they'll protect with everything they have. Because that's how you monetize anything that you create. Unfortunately, what we see is people stepping into the legal aspects too late, where you shared a lot of your ideas with people, you even co-worked with people, you never had agreements, didn't have something as simple as a corporate certificate. It's so easy to get, right? You can even get it online. For I think the next 3 months, it's free to get it online. And that's the thing that's going to make you miss out on like your life dreams, How about like labor law? Have we ever thought how labor law interacts with the kind of work that we do? And the reason I ask this is that tech is the one field where we are seeing a resurgence of modern day slavery. Yeah. A couple of cases we are currently in court for against Meta and TikTok. Just address this issue. Like, they're building the algorithms in Kenya, but they're abusing people, the hell out of people, right? In very inhuman conditions. And that's the extreme, but let me tell you what your situation looks like. You're probably an intern somewhere, earning an intern salary, but you're the tech guy in that whole company. Did I lie? Did I lie? Or you've been called a consultant, okay? But you're required to report to work every single day and fix everybody's tech problems beyond even your scope, which means when you finish 9 to 5, where are you going home to research this thing you don't know so you can come back and fix it? Did I lie? Okay. Have you ever thought that that is abuse? Have you ever thought about that? Or are you so desperate, because that's what you've been told, and because you're young, you're so desperate to make it in this field, you're like, masaibu ni kwa muda tu, like let me just, you know, good things take time. I guarantee you, abuse doesn't lead to success, because what it's going to do is break you. Before it makes you rich, it's going to break you. And they're just going to take all your ideas and monetize them. By the time you're the right age of 30, you have no energy to do what you are doing. So that's how a lot of people drop off from it. So have you thought what the law provides in terms of you as an employee? For example, if you've been an intern for more than 3 months, that's not an intern, that's an automatic employee. So you should be earning a full salary with benefits. Have you, just things like that. Or you deserve rest. So if they ask you to work overtime, where's my overtime? Am I being paid overtime? And are you negotiating your contracts properly? Or are they just thinking, unimtu IT is not even a serious career, so we can just use this person the way we want to do that. Think about that. How about intermediaries? Like when you're called in to do something and you give very clear advice and say, let's not execute it this way. Let's execute it a different way. They don't listen to you because most of the time they don't. To be frank, they hardly listen. And then they get in trouble. Who do they come for? Who do they come for? So how are you protecting yourself in those kinds of scenarios? Where you literally, you beg them, you're like, I can see this is going to bring us problems. But they're like, 10,000 shillings more, let's not do that. 2 days later, they've been hacked. They come for you, we lost so much money because of you. In fact, we're going to take you to court. What protects you in that kind of a scenario? So do you start to see now why you should care about legal aspects? Not just, let me focus on the tech aspects. You also have to care about what is the current legal environment I'm operating in. So some of the laws, for example, that are coming through Parliament, because you know right now there's a frenzy to regulate the internet and digital practice. There's even ICT practitioners bill or AI bill. All these things keep coming up in Parliament, and a lot of them pass chini ya maji. Some of the things we're seeing and we keep fighting are like, responsibility should fall on every person in the chain. Okay, the intern who earns 40,000 shillings should be held responsible for a $10 million loss. How? Because they worked on it, especially these contracts being framed as consultancies, because they don't really protect you. You see, you as a consultant, you're an independent contractor, so there's no protection. So they'll come for you, they'll come after you, or if it's a data protection issue and you didn't observe the rules when you're trying to create the system, the law is controller is held responsible and the processor is held responsible as well. So what happens when the ODPC issues a very big fine to you and you can't pay it and you have to go to get a loan because your contract was framed as a consultancy and not an employment contract? See? Think through things. It's exciting. it's very excitable to be in this field because, truth be told, you are the future, but there's no group of people that I see being abused more than people who are in this field. Well, maybe flower farmers, which you know how bad that situation is, okay? So it's saying something that I'm able to compare you to flower farmers. It's really bad. So you have to pay attention. And cybercrime as well, like I was saying, like you have to pay attention to what they're saying is a crime. There's something we're fighting in the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, and it passed actually, and a lot of you might get caught with this thing, where if you do something that leads to unauthorized access, you could be held accountable. You could go to jail for a crime. Do you know how many things in the chain of things that you do on a daily basis, including being phished, could lead to unauthorized access? There's so many things. But then the environment doesn't really protect techies, and techies also are not participating in changing that environment. So it's a zero-sum game, okay? And maybe two more things that we need to think about when you think about internet governance. Are you working with like a 360 view? When you develop products, when you work, when you're giving feedback to your clients, do you have a 360 view? Are you very linear? And this is what I mean. We're in a society where we've accepted that we're all so different. So tell me why half of our websites are not accessible if you're not fully sighted, fully functional hands and limbs. Why are our websites like that? Because when you do work, you don't think, I need to make this website accessible. You're just thinking, I need to make it as beautiful as it needs to be. Okay. You're creating platforms that leak people's information. Okay. In a very homophobic society, for example, people end up getting killed from leaks that happen online. Why are you not thinking about these things when you're developing the products? Like, I need to protect anybody who comes onto this platform. Why are we only thinking that it just needs to be the shiniest, the best, the most efficient platform? Why do we only think like that? Or cultural diversity. If I was to ask you from the top of your head, what's the language of the internet? What's the language of the internet? Not the coding language. When you're online, what language do you use mostly, in short? English, right? So what happens to people who don't know English? And AI hasn't been trained to translate things into, let's say, me, I'm Kamba, into Kamba. So what happens to a Kamba lady who doesn't understand English? What are we saying about that person? They can't use what you've developed. Why are you not being inclusive? So why do you live such a different life? I want you to think, between you and your grandmother, your experiences are so different, and the thing is language. Their source of information, their source of news is radio, speaking in Kamba language. What is your source of information? You have like 10,000 sources that you can access in an instant. And guess who has the power to change that? It's you. You can make products more inclusive by insisting on more inclusive solutions. And the tricky part is, right now it's something we're encouraging you to do, but as we go forward, because these are things that are stemmed in the Constitution, it's going to become illegal to, for example, create a website that's not accessible to everyone. Because why are you doing that? We are in 2024. Why are you still excluding people from platforms? Then public goods as well. There are people who work, for example, for government. There's a huge debate currently going on about e-citizen. Should it be fully run by the government, or should a techie be brought in to run it? What is your answer? What's your answer? A techie should run it. Okay, but it's a public good. So about 10 years ago, I don't know if you were following eCitizen News 10 years ago, the guy was not paid. What did he do? Alizima. So now we're in this government where everything, including school fees and hospital fees, is paid Huduma Center eCitizen. Okay? The guy kasirikas, and then what happens? Government shutdown. Okay. That's one side of it. The day that platform will get hacked, what do you think is going to happen to that guy? Right? And this is the saddest thing with like what happens. Normally, when you're employed or when you're consulted, who represents you? Like, do you go exposing yourself and say, these are my clients and this is what I do? No, the company protects you. The CEO goes and speaks and says, no, we have a good team and we are very able to do this. They are hanging the guy out to dry, doing media interviews. So what would happen if something like that, a public good, was to be entrusted in your care and then something bad happens? How much liability do you think you would be in, and how much public threat, even physical threat, do you think you would be under? Think about those things and how you want to structure those engagements. It's good to be famous. It's also good to be alive. Just say. And the last one is, how about human rights? Do you ever think about human rights when we're developing products? Like, we know the history of Facebook, for example. Do we know the history of Facebook? A platform to discuss whether women are hot or not. Do you know that? So should something like that ever have been allowed to exist in the first place? I know it's what it has become now, which is good, but are you allowed to create websites that bully people? Or, and this is a real one that happens all the time, create features, not webs, not sites, not just a small feature that pedophiles can take advantage of and create a whole child trafficking ring just from your site. Should you be allowed to do things like that? And what happens when you inadvertently, you create such a platform that is used to do that? What should happen then after that? Right? Think about things like where we are at, where AI is the future. Where are you guys getting your data to train your algorithms? You're buying and it's very costly, right? But the government has the data you need. And there's a legal framework called access to information that actually gives you access to that data. So why are we buying data from vendors who are really extorting the process? Just things like that. Are you thinking about promoting freedom of expression in your platform? Yes, but even what you do as a techie, being an expression, the way you choose to do things, everybody has a signature, everybody has a way of doing things. Are you thinking about how you want to express yourself and the government not trying to zero in on that? The problem with regulation bills, like for example, the ICT Practitioners Bill, they say, we create the ICT Association, which will be giving you codes. Those codes are good when they come from a bigger body that is not biased. When they come from people in the country who have self-interest, what do? They shrink the space. So you can imagine one day you wake up and you're told you can do this, but not this. But this is not even standard practice. This is just what they do. They won't let you do. How about your expression and your freedom to actually push the envelope when it comes to development? But was saying it's about research. It's about just what can you do better than the next guy. So what if that was curtailed? What if that you couldn't be able to do that anymore? And how many products are we creating that end up being harmful, for example, to women? Yeah, and that happens on a daily basis. There's just so much gender violence on these platforms. So I hope you see that you're not just a techie whose job is to have a laptop. You literally hold the future in your hands. You can create for us a future that's good, and you can create a very bad future. But on top of that, there's some things you can do, you and that computer that you are in a relationship with, that could land you in a lot of trouble, and it's impossible to get yourself out of. One of those things, for example, is data protection. I know there's a whole crusade around data protection, but the reason why that is because now we have a new law, and you need to comply with some things. Okay, the same scenario. What we're seeing is people develop products and they come to the lawyer, make sure we are compliant. How? You already created it. If it wasn't compliant from the beginning, there's no way I'm walking back the train. The train already left the station. So let me give a chance to Stacy to just go through a primer, just very primary on data protection and what you need to think about. Sorry.
Hi everyone. So I'll be covering data protection. So everyone has been hearing a lot about data protection from the internet. What do you guys think in a basic explanation? What do you think data protection is? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good answer. Does anyone else have an answer for what you, just very basic? Okay, that's a good answer. So also basically, besides from what they've said, data protection basically is a protection of data, as it is, right? So the point of data protection is to protect personally identifiable information. So what do you think? So basically, personal PII, for its short term, it leads back to someone's identity. So we have the names, we have phone numbers, your ID number, email address, bank account. What else do you think can be as PII? Yeah. Exactly. Another one. Pardon? Wait. There's also your personal beliefs, your religion. That can also lead to your PII. So we also have, in terms of data, we have personal data and we have sensitive data. So in these classes of PII, we have health data and we have global and local data regulations that help to describe and explain how this data should be handled. So we have HIPAA, which is a globally used regulation for health data. We have the Health Act in Kenya, we have the Data Protection Act, and we have the GDPR. So all of this data is necessary. So suppose that you're a techie basically, and you want to start a startup, right? And you want it to be in the health field, whether it's managing health data, does it apply and does it comply with the HIPAA Health Act, DPA, and GDPR? We also have biometric data. It has to comply, does it comply with the DPA and the other acts? Because these are all necessary for the processing and managing of this data. Your gender, your sexuality, does it comply with what you're planning? Because many tech is whether you're making an application, you're making a website, does it comply with the DPA, GDPR, and the Constitution of Kenya as well? GPS, genetic data, and personal beliefs. Another thing about data protection, we have data processing. So this involves any activity involving PII. So in terms of collecting your personal data, how you collect your data, how you store your data, how long you're storing your data, what you're doing with your data, whether it's being converted to another format. So who is responsible? So in data protection, we have data controllers and data processors. So data controllers are responsible for the regulation and managing of how this data should be protected. So we have organizations and companies who can be data controllers, and we also have data processors who are the ones who engage and manage this data regulated by the data controllers. So another thing that we need to identify is another thing is the data protection impact assessment. So this is where many techies really need to comply with and know about. So this, what basically means that before you start how you're going to process your data, these are the questions that need to be factored for data protection. What data are you collecting? So it's basically a way to identify the risk that can happen in your company. So you need to identify what data is being collected, whether, suppose it's a school and you want to develop for children a biometric system, right? Do you think it can be allowed for children? You need the biometric data so that you can bring an authentication system in the school. Okay, so it can't basically because children don't have the right to consent according to the law. So this also affects, that can be a risk. Perfect example, I don't know if you remember what happened last year with the WorldCoin, where many people were being given money to get their biometrics data. They had issues with the Data Protection Act. So like as a techie, you can have a good motive to bring in an organization, but if it doesn't comply, how with the Protection Act, whether it's the DPA, the Constitution, the GDPR, you're going to have issues. So suppose now you want to identify why is this data being collected. Are you collecting it for example, curiosity, you're a student, you're learning, you want to work on your project. Is that a perfect reason for collecting this data? No, it's not a perfect reason. So it can't comply. Who is collecting this data? That's another factor that you have to consider when this data is being collected. Where will this data be stored? So suppose you have a data center in a country, let's say country X, that doesn't have any data protection act or data protection regulations put in place. It can't happen. Like, we don't know what's happening in that country, whether it's leaving the country, what they'll do with the data, how long will this data be kept. You can't keep data indefinitely. There has to be a time period when you're supposed to keep this data. How will it be kept secure? Will there be data encryption set in place? Will there be data backups? Will there be multi-factor authentication methods set in place? Those are factors that you have to ensure. And you also need to identify any possible threats to this data. What are the types of attacks that can happen? Is this going to be a ransomware attack, a DDoS attack? And with that, you need to identify the mitigation procedures for protecting this data. And once this has been identified, you're good to go. I think there's a quick explanation about data protection, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, guys. In conclusion, make your lawyer your friend, okay? And also still answer my questions later on, who owns the internet and who runs it and who calls the shots. Oh, I'm seeing their hands, but I don't know whether there's time to take questions later. Okay, fine. I have 5 minutes only. Okay. So like one sentence questions.
Oh, hi, my name is Aurelia, and I have a question regarding law and the entire work environment. So what happens when I want to leave company A to company B, and I know company A is using my certifications for whatever advantage, probably to win tenders and all that. How am I going to probably, when I leave, make sure that my data is not being used? Because we have instances where an employee leaves the company, the information still be used to do the tenders and all that. And then my second question would be, how are we protected in terms of having public institutions, not even actually public institutions alone, but even the companies forcibly making us to have our biometrics on their databases? What can be done with that information by the company? That's
Thank you. Amazing presentation, but they're very informative. Mine is, okay, interesting question. What is something that you struggle with as a leader, and how do you overcome that in the cybersecurity space?
Maybe two more.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, so my name is Derek Washira, developer. So my question is, for example, now, like most of institutions usually hire developers to develop their app, and you don't get like an individual to get a server somewhere to host it on a data center. So what if you have developed a certain software, maybe it's for a school or for a hospital, then after maybe a year, all that data, where you have hosted it, maybe you have just purchased a domain and are hosting on a certain company, then it gets lost and they don't have a backup. Which way should we take as a developer? Because like the institution that you have developed that app for knows you. They don't know the company that you have hosted for. Okay, then maybe their servers clashed or maybe something happened on their end and they were not having that backup, because it has ever happened to me in a certain company that I'll not mention. Okay, then another question is, as developers, because said like we need to be copyrighted, like we have to have a copyright of that software. So you get like you have to develop so many websites and so many software. Other websites are so cheap that you can't even patent. Like the patenting costs will cost even more than what you have asked for. So what should we do on that? And how are we going to get that patent?
Okay, so first I'll start with a compliment. I've stalked you for a while, so I'd say you have a good a good profile actually. Okay, so my question is, you said access to information is a basic human right? Yeah. So on regards to the government having most of our information, like, is the government not stop to share information with us, because most of the information the government carries is critical information, not information you can just easily share around with people?
That last one. Sorry guys, there are many questions and not enough time. Naangaliwa vibaya. The information you need, very rarely is it PII. If you need information for training of the algorithm, very rarely is it PII. It's frequency information. It's just the data sets is what you're interested in, and nothing stops the government from sharing that with you. It's just, first of all, they're not organized, and secondly, nobody's asking and nobody's attempting. So explore that. There's a reason why the bigger companies are coming into Kenya and partnering with the government to get the data first. You, who is a local person here, should be benefiting from that, okay? So unfortunately, a lot of your problems look like legal problems that should be headed to court, like Mashida. Like, for example, your case, that's like a breach of contract issue automatically, of course, and you should have a claim in that. In her case, it's a clear exploitation issue. They shouldn't be using your information to win tenders if you're not there anymore. And the other question you asked is purely about data protection. Biometrics, before your employer makes you put your biometrics, and as a techie, like, your biometric is very, very important, because there's some things you developed with the idea of biometrics and you only having access to yourself. So what I would advise people to do is ask the company, have they complied with the Data Protection Act in terms of where's the DPIA? Have they gotten approval from the ODPC? Because biometric data is sensitive data and should not be developed just kikawaida. The biggest challenge I have experienced, I hope you're not asking personally, because this can turn into a therapy session. In terms of like my legal practice, the hardest challenge I have experienced is that what the public knows and what the people in front of me know is very different. So while techies are very important to society, the public doesn't know that, right? So it's always so difficult to try and show, for example, the public why we need to advocate for better working conditions for techies, because they really don't see you the same way as what you really are in society. Thank you, guys. I hope I have been able to convince you to develop some curiosity in terms of how policy and governance works. Don't just be closed-minded. When you finally answer that question of who owns the internet and who runs it, you'll realize that you do need to participate more in policy processes. Thank you.
Guys, you can do better than this. Why don't you appreciate Massive Mutemi and Stacey Alwanga? That was a very thought-provoking presentation, right? I was having a conversation with someone at the back, and they asked me, they reminded me of a question they had in chemistry in a cut. Hey, Maria's here. You remember? What is fire? 3 marks. You know, it's like we use fire every time, but we don't even know, like, how to even describe fire. It's kind of like what Marcy was asking us, you know, who owns the internet? It's something we use all the time, and I really like how thought-provoking that was, so thank you so much. With one last presentation before we head out for lunch, but I need your attention, so can we just rise up to our feet and do a quick activity? Sorry, we'll keep on rising. If you see me here, I'm here to just ask you to rise, so forgive me, bear with me, yeah? Please, let's rise to our feet. Yes, we're here to stretch. So please, if you're below 6 years of age, you should be standing right now. Thank you. Thank you. Guka, please stand. We're waiting for you. Thank you. Aya, we're going to be stretching in a very different way. We'll stretch using the initials of coconut, okay? All right? Coconut. So we start with this side, yeah? Let's start to your right. So let's go with the C. All right, let's try an O and trying to tiptoe if you can. The other side, C. And then O one more time. Try and tiptoe if you can. And try and touch your toes. Just try and touch your toes. Make sure not to fart. It's going to be uncomfortable to the person behind you. All right? And then you try and lean back as much as possible. You try and lean back as much as possible. And then T. Wonderful. You may be seated. Thank you. So we have our last presentation on re-engineering of cloud for future security. Then after that, we're going to break out and go for lunch. Once we're done with lunch, we'll go to breakout rooms. But I need your help so that we know where to best place you, okay? So there are 3 presentations that will be happening in the 3 breakout rooms. One is 2024 API exploitation. The other is threat intelligence versus threat monitoring. And then the last one is Windows Battlefield Digital Forensics. So please do me a favor, take out your phones, scan this QR code or follow the link. Please register on which presentation you want to attend. Please do that, yeah? Let's take a minute as the music is playing. Just a minute to make sure that you all do that. We want to avoid instances where after lunch you're asking, where is this and this room? I don't know what to register. Now is a good time. Please scan, register, choose the class. It will also help us know how to allocate what room where, okay?
I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your papa. Waiting on way I know be do for you. Why you want to go down?
30 seconds to go. I'd also like to let you know that in case you felt like your question isn't answered, don't worry, because once at the end of the day, we'll be giving you a QR code that will lead you to just give feedback regarding this today's masterclass. But we'll also have a platform where we'll ask you if you have any other questions that you wanted to ask, which wasn't answered. The presenters will surely be able to answer and get back to you. Yeah? Are we done with registering? We need more time. Are we done? Okay, so. Right then, are you ready for the last presentation before you head out for lunch? Hey. Are you guys ready for the last presentation? Let me see by a show of hands. How many are here for last year's masterclass? By a show of hands. Ah, wonderful, 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 wonderful. Great. If you're here, remember there's a duo that came up on stage and they talked to us about cloud security, and they did such a phenomenal job. I want to introduce Albertini Francis and Jack Mbudia to come and take us through re-engineering of cloud for future security. Please appreciate them as they come up on stage. We can do better, people. We can do better. Asante.
Hi everyone, how you all feeling? Are you hungry? Right? I know it's a few minutes past lunch, but we'll try and keep this very short and sweet and a bit interactive. So please engage us. Please don't be a silent audience. Ask us questions, interact with us. We'll try and keep it very short. And yes, I hope you get to learn a lot from this. And keep your questions ready, even if they're not covered in our topic. Please feel free to ask any question regarding cloud security. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Mbuthia. I'm a cloud security engineer at CyberGuard Africa.
Hi, guys. Albertini, cloud security engineer at Saban Solutions.
Wait, you didn't hear him or me? Him. You see, the people want to hear you.
So I'll give you a minute. Hi, I'm Albertini Francis, cloud security engineer at Saban Solutions East and West Africa.
Such a big name. Still in 1, 2, 3. Good. Oh yeah, that's us again. You can follow us on Twitter. We talk about cloud security there. We're a bit vocal about cloud security. We post and repost a lot of content. I don't know if you guys have, if you're on Twitter, do you personalize your Twitter to also bring you like tech feeds and like in the domain you're in? Let's say you're in cloud security, you follow people in the cloud security space to see what they're talking about, the resources they're putting out there, even pen testing. Do you guys do that? Or you just use Twitter for banter? So by a show of hands, how many actually can say that on their Twitter profile, they have followed people who are in the cloud security space or whichever space you're in, different communities, different chapters, I don't know, even the international events that happen. Anyone? Let's see. I would ask you which one, by the way. So let's see the hands again. Oh, the hands went down. What happened? Yes, I have to, just in case you're out here just giving us vibes. So let's hear different platforms or individuals that maybe you follow and what exactly you do. Oh, we can't hear you.
I'm hungry.
Oh, a few more minutes to go.
So, sorry. My name is Dennis, an InfoSec student. I follow its force, helps me really catch up with just learning Linux and Kali.
Have you found like amazing resources that you've eventually leveraged, or maybe you've subscribed to learning? How helpful has it been?
It's been really helpful. Apart from the memes
And the wall.
and the work, I've really been able to find like resources that allow me to easily like be able to learn how to code. Now being able to like a soft landing from the Windows platform towards Kali.
Okay, that's very impressive. Any other person? I don't want to hear. Oh, sorry, same rule. We have to give diversity.
Chucky. Him. Him.
Winter female.
No, him.
Oh, him. Oh, he said. So you get to be the third person. A female.
I follow Africa Hackathon and Dr. Bright, and I gain insights and I learned about this event through him.
That's nice.
And it was amazing.
Okay.
It is amazing.
Can't clap. Help me clap. Anyone who's in cloud security? So I'm very curious because we're speaking about cloud security. Anyone in cloud security? Just this side again. This side, the other side. What's you? Sorry, I'll come back to you for another question.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abi, and I follow many forums, and I think one of the most important ones is hacking articles, because they really post about tools and a lot of notes for students who are getting into the field. It's on LinkedIn, by the way, and I think it's really helped me from where I come. Yeah.
That's nice. I like what both individuals have said. Them being students and staying updated with all these things is very important, especially even if you're a student or you're young in your career or have gone, upgraded in your career. You need to keep learning and doing everything. These programs are not just out there. People are not just putting content out there. It's put out there for you to consume. So you have to be also willing to do the bit, consume, cater your tech Twitter to reflect what you want to achieve in the tech space. LinkedIn has amazing communities that are for different things. So I'm very biased on cloud security. Wow. So everything I will talk about is cloud security. And again, I'm very biased on Azure. So most of my recommendations are very Azure oriented. But follow the communities that are there. You get to learn a lot, know about events. You can binge watch on YouTube the different, you see like Kenya, we have Africa Hackathon. Outside there, we have something like Forward CloudSec, and they do a lot of events. So these events, they eventually put out their content on their YouTube channels. It's a nice thing to sit and binge watch sometimes. There are times you can do your movies, and there are times you can binge watch on content, okay? So let's get into the agenda of the day.
So for today, we're going to handle things in a different way. That is from a people, process, and technology point of view. So from the technology landscape, we're going to look at things from the cloud threat landscape versus the challenges that we see most companies get to face. So for today, we're going to handle things a bit differently, basically from processes, people, processes, and technology. From a technology standpoint, we're going to look at some of the threats that we face on a day-to-day basis, some of the challenges that bring about these threats. Now going into the meat of the day, the need for engineering, some of the principles that should abide by for your processes. We're going to give you insight into some of the things that you need to tweak around your cloud security adoption journey. And then for people, some of the things that you need to focus on, basically in terms of the skill levels, upskilling, and so much more.
So when you talk about cloud security, it's evolving. The thing about cloud, which I genuinely like, is that it's not a static field. It's very dynamic. One, it's also in its formative stages. I think you have all had this so many times. Cloud came into the limelight and everything when COVID hit. So 2020 to 2024, you see, 4 years for technology, it's not a long time, right? It's still growing and a lot of things are changing. So cloud security is forever evolving. And as it evolves, the threat landscape is equally growing. So while we're talking about engineering, it's because we now need to move at a pace where we're adapting to whatever is happening. That's what we're talking about, the future of cloud security and what it's supposed to look like, and what we need to do to ensure that we're aligning to what is expected of us come the future, okay? So yeah. there is a need to re-engineer. There's really a need. So Ali and I talk from a point of view of what we're also seeing out here with most of our clients and companies out here, and also at an individual point of view of things you're finding in your learning and all that. So why are we re-engineering? One is the threat landscape analysis. Threats, anything threat, landscape, analysis, hunting, intelligence, is usually Kevin's domain. I try to borrow from him and kind of like add a few gist of things, but the threat landscape is growing. Technology, as technology evolves, we keep saying as the digital landscape evolves, the threat landscape equally evolves, right? So it's like exponentially growing, and the two can never be, it's not gonna be like a same line. One has to be higher than the other, but you have to do your bit to ensure that you're trying to stay abreast of everything, okay? The other thing is rapid innovations. How many are leveraging? I think this is to people in the workspace, individuals. How many are leveraging tools that are integrating, let's say, AI into their usual security tools? By a show of hands. Is your company using a tool that integrates something like with AI, machine learning, something of the sort? Or are you using the traditional standard tools that just, they're doing security, but they're not giving you the extra benefit that comes with leveraging tools with the emerging technologies implemented in them?
It could be something as basic as ChatGPT to help you with some of the emails. It could be something like Copilot to help you in your...
Security Copilot? No one? Which tool? Zoho. Okay, anyone? Any other tool? No one has tried Security Copilot? Actually, one of the things why I'm very biased on Azure is because it's one of the CSPs. Microsoft is a CSP, is one of the people who are really keen on their security product. And most of the things they're pushing out there are very heavy on the security bit of things. AWS is really good on the computing and engineering side of things, but and also this is my opinion, please don't come at me. But Azure is very heavy on security because even something like Security Copilot is currently integrated with Sentinel, Microsoft Defender, which are all Microsoft products. So the time asking things like Sentinel, Security Copilot, also at an individual basis, these are things that you can play around with. The thing with companies is they can't just buy a tool from the blue. You have to show the need of the tool. And as an individual who's working for a company, you have to go put in the work, try out these tools on your own, and then come even suggest them. Be like, hey, I know we've been doing this and this and this, and everything has been ad hoc, but how about to try this new tool that I found, and this, this is how it works, and all that. That leverages, kind of builds on why you need the tool, justifies your need for the tool, and it helps you pass your point across to your team. We all know the issue with budgeting and everything. Tools are expensive. So you need to be able to leverage why does your company need that tool, okay? The other thing is inadequate defenses. Security is growing, one. But the things people are doing out here, sometimes we feel like companies are being protected by a Hail Mary, and let's hope nothing crashes and we don't get hacked. We keep saying there are two people, those who have been hacked and those who are waiting to be hacked. And most times you're gonna be hacked because how is your defense strategy? Have you implemented everything? Are your gates wide open for the attackers? Or have you closed your gates but your windows are open? You know the drill? Everything has to be a tight knit for it to work together. That's why we're talking about re-engineering, because we need to analyze how we're doing everything and then re-engineer things. Then for the two.
So, can you hear me now? Yeah. So there's something that's usually said in security, hope is not really a strategy. So in this case, some companies, the security, as we say, is held together by duct tape and prayers. Doesn't really help. So you need to adopt the proper tooling. The other need for engineering in cloud is the increased adoption in basically cloud technologies. If you think of it, as of now, how many people use AWS, even if it's for your simple project or at your workplace? How many GCP? GCP is the best, by the way.
Azure.
So, and Azure, you see. So
Yes,
I'd like,
more hands go up for Azure, right? Right?
try
Right?
GCP.
Even students, Azure has like credits to give you to play around with. No,
Okay, let's do a poll. GCP people,
Ooh.
come on, guys.
Just two. You have two takers.
Azure.
Please, guys.
AWS.
Oh, shoot.
So as you can see, for most businesses, or even if you think about yourself right now, you're young, you're enterprising, you want to start the next big thing, let's say, you want to, any idea you have. In the olden days, or rather, let's say 10 years ago, the thing you would do was, first of all, come up with the whole thing, look for a data center where you need to put this up. But with the cloud right now, it could be as easy as 3 quick clicks and you're up and running. But the thing that usually gets forgotten is the security aspect. And now with the increased adoption of cloud resources, the threat actors, the bad guys, somebody like the Hilderberg group, if you look on X, they're very good. The major focus is on Kubernetes and cloud resources. They actually engage with people, which is very weird of APT groups. So if we notice that more and more people are going there, this is why we need to focus more on or rather change our tactics to be based on cloud. Majorly attacking Kubernetes and compute in some instances. And we'll show in the lab later how you can be able to do it. So some of the key principles when you're looking to engineer a cloud is basically a dynamic adaptability. When you're looking to do your security, there's some of the key things that you should look at. Basically, or rather how I like to say it is, solve the problem at hand. You do not need that multi-million-dollar tool that maybe you went and looked on Gartner or somewhere like that to be able to solve your problem. If you are a small company, you're using maybe 2 or 3 compute instances, you do not need something that will cost you like $10,000 a month. Solve the problem at hand. There are many open source
So let's try and tie the two things together. We've talked about increased cloud adoption and the need for monitoring and automation, right? How many of you here have worked on your Terraform? Terraform and so okay, so everyone who raised their hands to pick about answer in the next week the time. Anyone who's worked with Terraform before knowing? Okay. There are some how do you deployments? And I thought all of it is contain something. Yes, good. The whole thing of using ISC is to be able to one, it helps you move faster. Because let's say you can use a student or someone who's trying to learn cloud security. You want to deploy at the end today, then come back tomorrow, you kind of like, then the whole thing, you have to have it done, you learn, or you don't have it done. So when you want to set it up again, you have to not go through the whole hassle of the portal to deploy again. Templates help you with that. Take time to learn how Terraform works. I'm very happy on, again, I'm very bad at the solution values, so that's what I recommend. So go try out Terraform cloud formation and see how you can inside that from a template point of view. It really makes your work easier. Also, when you move into the organization setup, you don't have time to be doing everything from the cloud GUI. You have to be very fast with deployments. So market Terraform is one of the things. Should be a roadmap if you're trying to learn cloud security. It should be one of the things you're trying to have an understanding of. You have to like be very have an understanding of how it's all works. So also this is a question to the social building in workers. How many in the company are to so most of the time have resources running on Azure, AWS, be it on the two or it is a fixed. It can just be one cloud. Multi-cloud is where you get to use more than one cloud for all the deployments. Let's say you have environment with an Azure, and then you basically introduce on AWS. The services are, let's say, on GCP. Okay, so the fact that you have a multi-cloud environment, do you think you have visibility into your entire environment as a whole? You have benefits, right? So we talk about tools that enable you to have visibility to your entire environment. If you're moving the multi-cloud way, start thinking about solutions, the tools you're getting from the vendors. That is allow you to integrate with more than one cloud, or just very specific with one cloud. It is what we imagine when you have a tool that integrates to so many things, like having to buy an NSX for things. Finding the colleagues random monitoring where you have AWS being monitored, but then you realize there's a cross between the two, where you find the contribution to the side. So it's like a kind of the intersection of the two, who's security and who's watching. Okay, so we're talking about tools that allow you to integrate into more than one CSP. We'll see, even some have the ability to allow you to go and then integrate to the web, which is the most case in most people. We have an on-prem structure still happening and then you move it to the cloud. So you need a bigger base move, and the bigger base move will have a lot of blind spots in between when you try. So solutions, I mean, as an individual, it's a challenge to play around with things, deploy things on Azure, one in AWS, try and get things something like the down, and then try to bring everything together, see if you can keep everything that's happening. See, cloud is really a new experience on your own. It's not like a clear cut and find this and this. It's a lot of exploring. You will not stop buying. You can decide that. That should not be the best of what you do because you will not pay the money. So that is great fields. Yes, things are changing things every single day. Even today, you can realize to go down and new service or to change the name. Azure, the very heavy on the changes, you have to pay for the change. So I mean, it's hard and have a lot taking it all in, actually to get the change. Okay.
The thinking behind it very like you don't need to look at something very specific. And now you know like when it comes to Kubernetes, GKE from an experiential point of view is the best. So you can decide okay, and the more convenient, let's go to GKE. And unless in terms of like hosting or in terms of this tool, then they make the most sense of business point of view and the business and feelings of the from a storage point of view, let's say you want to go with AWS S3. it's the easiest. Most of them is the easiest from our experience already. We go that, but she needs something to be able to do magic for her. That's the capital to so get what from all of this for people to like balancing, or in this case, policies us. We know we go about this.
So we can't talk about the engineering and we also talk about the strategies of the goal, right? So one of the things we say we're doing this from a critical review. Some of the things is important. If you want to engineer something, you have to learn math right now. And that's the kind of thing, right? It's a whole journey. You need to walk through the entire journey. Each milestone has to be covered. Another thing is you have to do in an assessment, a thorough assessment. We don't have blind spots in the school. We don't have visibility over your entire environment. What else is there? You have configurations, you have things that are lacking in your environment and you don't know about. This is not an assessment time. I don't want to go it takes forever for you to understand to be able to do a video. That's very vital. You can't do that. Because you need to know, like, let's say we are in so come March, so the starting March one, how is our secure store as a company on let's say our cloud infrastructure? We do as a feature assessments, we want to identify if you have any small case that you need to close and anything and the subscription that can need to be changed. All these things are very crucial in doing assessments. Also, you need to assess and install your tools. Look at we call it technology mapping. Where you map the needs of the company to the tools that are out there and what you need. And you need to see this, we have this service running, we have the right tool for it, or do we need something else to cover? And we have a tool that is working, if it's doing everything we need to do, or we need to fine tune. We don't do an assessment, and most times we either have the external team of assessment or maybe the external team do an assessment for. Okay, we need to be able to understand what they're doing. Even let's say from an analytic perspective, when you do an assessment, you need to give the client a very clear report, right? If you didn't do your cloud security planning right, you won't be able to help tell them your snapshots are not encrypted. How would they? Within a bit of regulation, it's your job as a security engineer to tell the client this is a step you need to take to fix these snapshots. Because everything you need to do is a solution to get something that you're literally an advisor. So if you don't invest in yourself, you will not be able to deliver your clients.
And from a system point of view, is usually included this purpose approach. This is coming from vision about 2 months. Or this is really, really difficult. Usually, it gets easier to get against a week or one. This is your application. From a whole assessment point of view, the thing we're doing now is the underlying infrastructure. So if I'm going against this application, I'm looking for something such as a microserver. I'm looking at the infrastructure itself. So in this, I know they have some level of storage. When I'm moving out of the working through that out, I look at things just if I do something like I go for what that will be stored. Most cases, if it's something that's supposed to process it, let's say, if I know that it's supposed to be, it's effective saying, like, let's say, that's directly, that's a direct getting to something like this. Something like the and yes, that is the instance of the local but when we go to get something like this, conscious. So this the definition of one that's what I'm not explaining. Then the say the white explains that is on a certain page. This is where let's say if you invest in such a company, they give you just of data number. The thinking behind it is okay, now you're getting what can be able to find. The thing you're looking at is something like can they configure the credentials in such a way that has basic privileges, in such a way that if I get in, then we can have access to maybe one of them. And of course, something like the database, and we can be able to do that, to use them, bring them up, for example. Can I be able to assume then assume the most kind of credentials that you have? So we need to think. From people point of view, you're assessing the human aspect. So right now, how many of them are probably how confident you say is that what about you be able to bring up as who I told you right now to have this situation conflict in the next place. To be able to bring up the national infrastructure. How confident so you see, the way I'm feeling right now is the way companies should be able to be like giving jobs, in fact, like they tell you how you're going to grow. And it's taken in an instant to know everything about the company. You know that frustration, right? Yeah. So if you're not scaling up in the correct way, there's bound to be mistakes somewhere. And that mistake happens, that's how you get to it, that's how you get out. So from an attack surface point of view, so with this thing of getting from an attack, directly if let's say right now I've been given an application, this is what the things I need to do. So you know the concept education in the first place you need to initial access. So this guy, how to given an applicant, given this kind of application, how do I get it? One of the things you can be able to do rather than the aim to get into the problem better is to finish. You can learn something like something like publish those events, things of the sort. You can create something like that. You know, constitute which are sometimes now you're able to see that it's an increased this kind of issue and user comes. So you can be able to create something like the login rate for GCP or AWS. You can be able to get those keys that way and you're able to get into the environment. You can be able to do something also to call this case. This is where you get that application, you install an extension such as Hackathon. You can be able to basically go application, see through all these string files, and be able to find speed, and then be able to do something else. And not to be able to scale that challenge. You can also be able to get into configuration. So this is something like a storage bucket or a storage bucket. If you let's say that put something like credentials in that bucket, or maybe able to realize and also it's that much comprehensive. If I know you're working with some of the like on services your cloud. Most companies in the infancy say they don't have the capacity to choose whether somebody is to build like somebody like legally qualified capacity to be able to do it. So another thing of this is we need to try to capture the companies and have the values in your cloud. So something we need to do. When you're already within our systems, we just the AWS, especially you're trying to develop the data at the same time. You're trying to develop the data at the same time. There's a provision that you can make to it. Most people don't know this. So if I know you're monitoring one, or the only thing I need to do is get a second key and be able to access your environment as yes. Then be able to disable logging. So essentially, all of the activities in order to get monitored. And you can be able to create another use of stuff, be able to access assets in any direction. The objective of most of the time is to create items for you to find and to look into then the future something in the resource people the thing of let's say a company we can go instead of four this but one of the developers did something and I thought I was able to get it. through that person they're able to deploy something like that, guys, something like this kind of stuff. So you're able to basically release the infrastructure to be able to do this. But at the end of the month, this is the so the nothing they can do in terms of the dollars.
Predicted that by 2024 and 2025, 85% of the UK enterprise has to be. That translates to our less rights. So as an individual or as someone in corporate, do you think that you are working towards ensuring that you're reducing the attack surface from the country? Or are you just putting out there and waiting for them to come attack? So we need to adapt to active measures inside the implementation to ensure that as a attack surface during our intentionality, whether we use our examples of PT and active measures, so okay.
We're not going to say about commissioning the everybody is just structure is going to get us so many things of the shop. There's a little this is like even a company or it's a very good company is usually the way to do things. We want to put it up. Now it seems to be that I see this, we should probably be this kind of very much of the resources. It is something that there are.
So the technical things, one of the things that you talk about some of the responsibilities. So this is like a flow of functions. The first thing first is understanding the shared responsibility model. How many of our the shared responsibility model? Some people think it's really nice as well. How people share responsibility model? So if you're working in a cloud, if you're aiming to plan anything, how do you need to understand the cloud planning? This is the shared responsibility model. It's clearly defined to where responsibility starts and another responsibility starts. Why is this important? The main problem is finding the cloud is one is configuration. Also, you must meet or report automatically. If I upload into the cloud, my PHP currently, right? But it's not that it's even when you're doing the customer analysis and playing the VM, everything in the cloud, you need to know the responsibility starts. That's why the shared responsibility model is very important. It's one of the things that as a people in the company level should begin to your team members to be able to understand what happened, what are you responsible for. Because let's say, by the way, you get hit by something, and let's say it's the end, one of your rules will not the child, you let's say get in the room, let's say back to the main common thing happening, you have permission that are allowed to public and online, publicly accessible. And you don't realize that that's actually going to end, and yet you get to start claiming that the cloud is not secure, the cloud is safe, I can't have my variations there. Yet it is actually at the end secure the end, right? So then shared responsibility model is very important. And testing out your cloud, one of the things you should know in this. As you advance, the next thing you should learn is the CRA, the cybersecurity reference architecture. Every CSP has its own. We use the Azure one for below. So it details how CSPs would want you to ideally do deployment in the cloud. Two coming out to cover is security adaptations that you can implement, which are CSP based. You're building on Azure. Azure has a security solution that you can leverage on. You need to understand them so you can implement it all in the environment. That's the thing as nice to it. So once you understand the shared model MCR, this is the MCRA, Microsoft Cybersecurity Architecture. With one for AWS, every CSP, every major CSP has its own. It's very important for you people to understand these two things. Okay? So back to the flow. Yes. Third thing is monitoring this configuration. Visibility. Something that will continuously exist. This configuration, I think will help you eliminate that very heavily. It is very an issue that what thing is managing this access? I am permissions and less out here. What people doing for I am is very worrying, to be honest. People need to understand roles, permissions, responsibilities, the scope. How do you find people? Do you have people in your company who have more permissions than they need to be accessing resources? Are you detaining the scope for everything? We keep saying that zero trust builds on least privilege. Verify all trustworthy ones, right? That's what I'm saying. The other one is least privilege access. Always make sure that everything happening in your IAM environment conforms to that. Otherwise, you'll find the only problem is the only requirement for heat or something is because someone as a developer, the developer has more permissions to access, let's say, a database or something that they needed to, which led them to, let's say, just doing like that. And then, sorry to say, but developers are not the people who will access for them. Cool. But I don't touch it. I don't do anything else, right? So the whole body of security falls into. So if you don't get, if you're not able to manage your capacity environment very well, it's gonna be a huge problem. And fourth thing is utilizing cloud management threat hunting and priority. The tools you're using should have the features enabled for you to do them. If your people are not enabled to do using them, upskilling inviting them to be able to the thing with cloud is actually 60 kind of area. You need to be able to the cloud environment. It's a whole landscape as compared to the on-prem or CTA. So you need to invest heavily in the team and an individual, you need to invest heavily in yourself. Another thing is comprehensive security posture. Security space is very important to know. You work with the security space, the tools you use as public as a user zone. Every single time, even at an individual level, when you do deployment, go on to find that defender. Check the secure score, check the recommendations given there, understand what are the things do you want with, why not doing that. How many people want to use this to improve the secure score? The secure score will never be 100%, but let's say you're 85 or 85%, and you've actually done all the recommendations you have there. And someone who's at 55 and it's very okay. They're not aware of the secure score. They are not worried about it. So it's not a problem. Moving to the cloud is one step. Innovating in the cloud and securing the family. And the three have to go inside together. You can't say it is one thing and this is the other thing for the body to help you do this. Okay? So this part I should enjoy a little demo for the official family to go and it's too much. Okay?
How do you know that the visualization is I'm giving you an obligation. What's the first place to do? And assuming about most program, if they're given this application, what's the first place to go to the classes? Yeah. It's credentials. Yes, also. So you only need to place access to smallest job. Very good. The also the also and this is so for this we go to the authentic together. I'm going to really for starting groups given from strong application itself to or we can go to the web or still the hobby store. That is the user. This is the main user of the web. Or we can just check a specific developer. In this case, we go to the developers page. They go to the development company. They actually some of the implementers. I'm going to everyone. One platform. Like I said, I felt really to cloud system. Maybe one get how to get an important of cloud, which is the best, or which has a smooth and running. So you can start the basics. So that when you get into the methods, that is how an idea what to check it over. So if it's something about cloud, really good. Constructing something called the cloud. It's a basic cloud. This so the models. If you're really brilliant, let's say right now you don't have almost so either you will try one to try. If you're really good at getting started, start today, and actually the platform that very important, essentially working so you need something like program is free. It's you need to have a specific platform. So you need to learn this ability to work with. So you need to learn some training skills. It's physical, so this I say the life starting point where this is the only thing you do.
This page is run by two people who have a YouTube channel. The lady is called Wait by GTS, and the dude is called Dave something, Dave Johnson or something. You just find that when they were there, they naturally video together. Also, actually, had a make a guest. She was really to go to class and things, right? So she done a book and came to comment to learn flooding. When you're done and you want to understand different CSP, Microsoft Learn the website of plan has so many resources on cloud things, especially in the Microsoft field. The thing with cloud today, you're learning in India, understand what cloud computing is, what services are offered. When you go to different CSPs, try and map that out. For let's say compute, this is what is in Azure, this is what AWS has for compute, this is what Google has for compute. The same thing. Because you know the services, the thing with cloud is that like architecture or the modern operations the same, right? All the CSPs do is they change the names and they change the implementations. So if you really take time to understand how cloud computing works, services offer the roadmap, it will be easier for you when it comes to managing them. We call it cloud agnostic planning path to be managed like just your own cloud. And then now you go to the cloud computing planning. I want to be good at that. I will go back to the last time you're calling me. Offer everything, and for each exercise, we increase the funds. So, and for each service we have to learn, based also from a security point of view. We will have compute what security features are being implemented there. It makes the learning easier to try and manage. Yes. I hope that answered you. Any other question?
Nini amekaa hiyo staff sasa sijaona. Oh, umepiga piga mara moja, umesikia? Zilikuwa zinakambiwa.
This is very complicated. It's complicated. Something. So it's just
Oh, na try. Ndio napita hapa kununua nimekaa default. So ukinunua inasema mixer inasema. Okay.
It's for the people systems and this for the specific application. This is all
Sema nimetoka sasa.
and the this application is one from the so I said there's one is so from this
Yeah, the town.
so we can see the from the students
So breakout rooms ni poa. Kwanza najua naweza piki green hapa. Hapo vizuri. Hapo like difference na huyo mwingine ni different sana. Ni aje? Imetoka cha nini? Toshiba whatever hadis. Simesema ni kutext WhatsApp. Sinisha. Oh. on sorry, contrast outflow Moi Avenue. Inatoka in how long? Simu yako tu ina bro, ni nini? Oh, usually has somebody who's intelligent,
This is for my database. So within the database, you can create a profile. A profile is like, think of the way you're using your computer. You have your normal user, you have the administrator, and you have this account. Same thing applies here. So this profile is used for all purposes. I also have this actually other activity profile. This is content. So you can see the latest account, my next is right here. I see the
capacity
and the result to the usually then the
ilikuwa nyuma na mbele.
This is
Your wireless, it needs to kwa camera. Decide alafu hiyo tunapatia ni beyond 5 volts. So thinking after sasa Hackathon, just to get another one.
other things that we want to do. So how many can you communicate? Yes. Which means
How they do special.
Because let's say for instance, we get sort of the concept of the individual, then we go find a different level. But if you are to change the having different password names is important. Don't have the same password across both. This is what I'm talking about. Change the password. All the search. How to change the same password. You can just do this. You need to. It's just. Just like that. Well, so this is our lab type of method. You see to access just the opposite counts. How should I do the counts? So you're able to access it, right? This is a lab setup. So for lab it's a bit easier to do it, but think of it in a real scenario where attackers actually take their time to go through everything. The code coming to company is pushing notifications. So if your company is not doing code scanning for the code that's going out, that's going to be a problem. Secret scanning is another thing. How you managing your kids? We have endless team management systems out here on all of the different CSPs. Some are even decide the use case that you want for your company does not necessitate for you to adopt or kind of lease out from the CSPs. And you have the capacity to do it or you can manage this and maybe go ahead and do it. So key management, secret scanning is a whole issue that can, if that was sorted out, this would not have been the case, right? So there's a way now that you can apply it to how the developers are doing things, because the developers are pushing things to the cloud. So if the developers are not doing things right, and your cloud security operations and now, this is where when you saw the by attackers for the that is just understanding. So it's all considered you can remove solutions. When you use this
like asset management helps you create to achieve. So the thing of like database is whatever services you have, it can be almost something that could be almost something faster. It could be almost something to the example which is from business, which is why I always say something like this is managing. Things like managing. So you see some examples for reasons, let's say Masterclass, we don't have the foundations, so we can go up and also
Coming up is don't have active keys that have been active for so long. Once a key is no longer needed, delete it. You don't need to find that your company has keys that are created. So in fact, somebody that was last used last year, July, exists that. That was the challenge because what is going to make means. Since this key, let's say it has been active for so long, actually deleted, something else to also have to do that. The same thing, see, the thing with the cloud is that everything ties together. The foundation for every because based the foundation that is very hard, that will leverage on what that will determine what step by step I'm going to do. If let's say they have access to S3 and they have all rights to it, once you decide to drop about the data budget and it has everything your company needs. See? While permissions is a very crucial part of it, and also how you're handling your acting, your secret keys and all that is very important.
What should be also to that database story. Specific for the database, the specific username, you can use that the process itself. So you don't need to access the database directly, anything else. So you can be able to browse the database. So you see anything you can call it maybe standards. So for the visualize MySQL, you expose the data itself, the data directly, then specific the password, the password. I'm trying to right now, I'm trying to think of this like yes, it belongs to and we don't have to it's just that. From my family, simple mistake of the developer, yeah, this. So let's try. See that we can pick the goal to like one the key values is correct. Instead of which table we want to use for like the data form. Just your first name, last name, your email, your phone number, your job ID, and your salary, and your specific. Let's say somebody we can so it's you can get exactly the most. Depends how easily we will get this information and we will this. However, you can Let's try to imagine a case where there is a lot of something like all this information there, they are kind of doing numbers. They are really good to look for. And since this was there, let's try to do yeah, it's all about that was my presentation. Studying our and Jackie being on stage is one phenomenal thing because it's like a train. The moment you look at it, you know, but if you read on the track, like you get to learn so much. One more time, help me appreciate joining. I come very good news, not today. Really, the partnership of the right, so I'm gonna get you what you're gonna do as soon as you're done. I need you to we're gonna go to the humanitarian department. So we just step outside, go all the way to the right. That is where we're gonna have our lunch. Okay? And we will not be coming back here. So please carry your valuables. And then as soon as we are done, saidieni kidogo ili saidieni hapo.
Stop recording. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
School of Humanities. Yeah. Ground floor. School of Humanities ground floor. But just follow where the crowd is going. Yeah. Then figure it out. Alright? So if you have a calculation, find that 638. Yes. Should I let you guys know where you need to go to me now or later? Now, wonderful. Everything is happening on the other side. So just pick the number, okay? So 2024 API exploitation will be happening at 37. Threat intelligence but the threat monitoring will be happening at 38. And then Windows battlefield digital forensics will be happening at SF10, which is second floor, it is the same building, okay? So please carry your valuables because we head over to have lunch. Enjoy lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
If all people do videos I don't think take up